Hello, it's more mystery time with Umineko. All the Nekos. So let's continue. I'll try to recap what I remember from the last time. I watched the war for a little bit because memory is not that good. But I think what happened was that a lot of people died. So at like 6 a.m. we found 6 people dead. Okay, we don't know who did this. Just like the episode 1, I suppose. Oh well. But then I think everyone except Kumasawa and Bertoligi and Kinso went into the crime scene or the chapel, right? Then Rosa ordered Goda Cannon. Well, so Jessica ran into the mansion. So Goda and Cannon ran with her on Rosa's order, I think. I don't remember. And then Shannon and Genji, I think they went to get Kinso or contact Kinso, I guess. But then Jessica died and Cannon apparently died because of. We know that he died because we believe in magic in the I don't know, like a gaming zone between Beteji and Batola. I don't know what it's called, but it's like a, I don't know, it's like a heaven, I guess. So I think the list of suspect is well, I can't say small, right? Because it's like half of the cast, the remaining cast at least. So we have Kumasawa, Goda, Shannon, Genji, and Kinso, who is, well, and Bertoligi, right? If she exists at all, who could be the murderer. Or maybe Cannon killed Jessica and then stabbed himself somewhere. Or he jumped into the ocean. Well, that's possible too, right? Yeah, we'll see. With Jessica's death, it became certain that the culprit was hiding somewhere nearby and that they would come after our lives if they had a chance. Oh, I think maybe it was intentional, right? Because I think it's obvious that the cousins can be the murderer. Well, but the adult siblings could be. According to Genji-san, when tomorrow morning comes, the boat should arrive. The boat has a radio too, and that too shall not work. We'll probably be able to contact the police immediately with that. We all gathered in the parlor and decided to wait quietly until tomorrow. That's a smart move. I proposed that we should search throughout the mansion for clues about the culprit, but Auntie Rosa rejected that, saying that if we put pressure on the culprit or provoked them, it might lead to a third murder. That was probably the right thing to do, even if a bunch of amateurs like us investigated. There's no way we'd find anything. It would be wisest to focus on protecting ourselves without doing anything unnecessary and leave it to the police after tomorrow. We had been tense in the beginning, but other than Auntie Rosa, most of us had spent all morning watching TV and were getting bored, so our sense of danger had grown much less intense. Danger. I am the danger. When we thought about it, even though there certainly had been 6 adults killed at once in the first murder, that made us imagine that some backhanded method like poison had been used. Yeah, I guess so. Which is oddly enough. In this episode, I feel like no poison is also likely. And in the second murder, it was thought that those two had become sacrifices because they were unfortunately isolated from the rest of us. From this, we imagine that there were a great number of culprits, and they didn't have the ability to kill this large group gathered in the parlor all at once. Right now, in this parlor, there was Georgie, Aniki, and me, Maria, Antilosa, Keiji-san, Goda-san, Shannon-san, Kumasawa-san, and finally Dr. Nanjo. A total of 9 people were here. Furthermore, Antilosa was even armed with a gun. Surely, with this many people staying in this room, they wouldn't be able to touch us easily. That feeling of security, along with the passage of time, allowed us to recover from the shock of that morning bit by bit. Incidentally, lunchtime had just ended for us. Oh no. However, it had been a canned food lunch, a far cry from last night's dinner, which Goda-san had skillfully made for us. Antilosa too had suspected that poison had been used in the murder of those 6 people, so we probably couldn't deny the possibility that the culprit had snuck into the kitchen during all the confusion in the morning and mixed poison in with the ingredients there. Antilosa had ordered all of us not to put anything into our mouths except safe foods like canned food until the police came. Smart? As a cook, Goda-san must have felt very let down. As though he wanted to display his skill anyway, he said that he at least wanted to bring the place and pile them up with canned food. At first, Antilosa had been reluctant, examining each one of the plates that were brought, but she hadn't been able to find anything to complain about. Okay, the last murder, the Jessica and Kanon's murder, if Goda is the one who did it, it would be amazingly convenient because you don't need accomplices for that. Or something ridiculous like killing themselves after killing Jessica. Because if it's not Goda, then it's either Shannon or Genji or Kumasawa or Kinso. I think those require some accomplice to at least keep quiet about the lack of alibi, right? And Goda-san's chef's pick canned food combo lunch had become a reality. Goda-san had said something about taste being savored not just with the tongue, but with the eyes too. I found myself agreeing. It had been the same canned food we ate for breakfast, but it felt like something completely different. Get off my face, Maria. As I was sitting lazily on the sofa with no desire to watch TV, Maria came over, pulled a picture book out of her handbag, and held it out to me as she said that.
なんだよ、その本は。狼と羊のパズル？どれどれ？
Wolves and sheep puzzle. It was a phrase that Auntie Losa had said this morning when we had gone to call on Jessica. At the time, I hadn't known what it meant, and then after that, there was the uproar when Jessica's body was found, so I'd forgotten about it completely. The book that Maria held out to me looked like a foreign picture book or something that had been translated. Opening it, I could tell that the book contained an assortment of puzzles. Ooh. I can't see. Oh, that sounds familiar.
ああ、そんなルールのゲームを聞いたことあるな。
Yeah.
これはそれの狼と羊バージョンなのか。
It was a very simple puzzle passed on from long ago. Couldn't Maria voice over this? No? Let's try one of the problems. On the right bank, there are 2 wolves and 2 sheep. There is a boat that as many as 2 animals can ride on, and using it, you have to move all 4 of them to the opposite left bank. Oh, there's a diagram and everything. There are 2 rules. The first is regarding the boat. It can be paddled by wolves and or sheep, and even just by one animal on its own. but it can only hold up to 2. The second is regarding the wolves. When they are greater in number than the sheep in that location, they attack the sheep and it's game over. For example, at the start of the game, both sheep ride the boat and go to the other side. Then one sheep gets off and the other goes back to the first bank. When it does, there are 2 wolves on the first bank and there are 2 wolves inside of you. And a single sheep returns there. When that happens, there are more wolves, so the sheep is attacked and it's game over. On either bank or even the boat, there must not be more wolves than sheep. It's a puzzle about how to shuttle them across in the boat under these conditions. How is this relevant? By the way, the right answer is, on the first turn, move both wolves to the opposite bank. Then one wolf comes back. On the second turn, move 2 sheep to the opposite bank. Then one wolf comes back. Thanks, game. Then on the third turn, put that last wolf that was on the right bank on the boat and cross to the opposite bank. And congratulations, transport successful. Okay, the key message that I'm getting right now is that when the crime was committed, it means there are more wolves or more accomplices and culprits than the innocents in the immediate vicinity. That's at least what I would think. Partway there may be the same number of wolves and sheep in the boat or the other side, but that isn't a problem. You only lose when the number of wolves is greater. Well, except that if if Canon didn't die, this analogy wouldn't really work, right? Because Jessica and Canon is the same number of person. Okay, let's see. This book symbolizes it using wolves and sheep, but there are probably lots of people who know this same game with a different symbolism. It looked like Maria wanted to test whether I too could solve the puzzles she knew how to solve, and she kept showing me different pages, saying solve this one and this one's hard. What had been happening when Auntie Losa had said the name of this puzzle? That's right. When we decided to go call Jessica, we had been talking about how many men should go, and Auntie Losa mentioned the wolves and sheep puzzle and said that we should all go together. That could only mean one thing, that there are multiple culprits or accomplices, I guess. Yeah, we knew. Auntie Losa was saying that there are wolves among us. two games in one. And when the number of wolves and sheep is balanced, we're safe. But when a situation comes up where that isn't the case, the wolves will bear their fangs. Is that what she's thinking? I guess so. At the time we had found our parents' corpses, Auntie Losa was already suspecting that the servants might be wolves. While she didn't know whether it was all of them or just some, she had sniffed out the possibility that wolves were hiding among them. Well, yeah, that murder scene was pretty damn elaborate. It's easy to imagine that there were multiple culprits, and considering that she had that idea already in mind when we went to Jessica's room, where Jessica had been alone with a servant, Canon, and had been killed, it isn't hard to imagine why Auntie Losa had suspected the servants so persistently. Yeah, me too. Losa did nothing wrong.
使用人の皆さん、郷田さんが食器を洗いに厨房に戻ります。念のためです。皆さんも同行してください。
皆さん、申し訳ありません。団体行動で参りましょう。
シャノン、熊沢。
So, which one of you is going to die?
行くぞ。
Since I think that Genji Shannon is the culprit in the last murder, I feel like they will survive to the very end. We'll see. Or at least, die before the game ends, but not a moment before. That's what I'm going to guess.
はいはい、ただいま。
Ho ho ho.
それ
Merry
ではジョー
No.
ジさん、
一度失礼いたします。
Why don't you go with her?
気をつけて。あ、ローザおばさん、僕も一緒に行っていいかな。
Of course.
ごめんなさい。ジョージ君は残ってくれるかしら。ちょっとお話ししたいことがあるの。
そうですか。シャノン、ごめん。とにかく気をつけて、一人にならないでね。
はい。
南條先生、すみません。
Wait, seriously? You people die and you still want some plate watch? I wouldn't wash the dish. I would like, okay, well, please pile the plates somewhere out of sight. don't unnecessarily go out. But okay.
ちょっとご相談が。
はい何ですかな
The servants put the dishes and empty cans on the serving cart and started to head out into the corridor behind them until Losa was talking to Dr. Nanjo about something in a small voice.
わかりました参りましょう
What?
ええ。よろしくお願いしますね。
But she doesn't trust Nanjo? I mean, last episode, I kind of suspect him of being an accomplice, but now, in this episode, I'm not sure. Dr. Nanjo closed the book he had been reading, stood from the sofa, and followed after the servants. Until Losa stuck her head out into the hallway, and after watching them leave completely, she closed the door and spoke.
みんな聞いて。これで今ここにいるのは後ろ宮の人間だけね。
確かにそうなりますね。
狼を全部追い出したってことっすか
Wow, you're very smart, Butler.
ローザおばさん
With that one sentence, until Losa's gaze grew sharp. Apparently, she had picked up on my sardonic tone. Until Losa laughed lightly.
バトラ君は頭の回転が速いのね。賢い子は好きよ。話が早いわ。
Ah, how convenient.
バトラー、頭いい？
Why do you phrase that as a question, Maria?
これ解ける？
Shut up.
64ページの難しいの。
Oh, how many pages?
マリアは少しの間テレビを見ていなさい。ママはバトラ君たちとお話があるの。
ローザおばさん、
Well, this time, a lot of people die very quickly, right? Because last episode, the death after the 6 people occurred around 6 p.m. But now the next death after the 6 people occur like almost well in the morning, right? Around 7 8 a.m. I guess.
パズルの話はバトラ君に聞いたよ。
Oh wait, I just realized this time Nanjo doesn't even give like approximate time of death. Like no rigor mortis have set in or rigor mortis set in so 2 hours blah blah blah, right? Interesting. Why did he change? Sorry about that, I have to read the message. Okay, back.
用心深いのは悪いことじゃないと思うけど、さすがに疑り深すぎるのもどうかと思うよ。
真の犯人がベアトリーチェかどうかは別にして、少なくとも使用人たちがその一味であることを疑うことはできると思うの。兄さんたちが殺されていた最初の殺人、とても残酷な仕打ちがされていたわよね。あれが一人でできる真似に見える。
Actually, yeah, you can do that alone, I guess. But where did they get the like candies? Like, did they hide them somewhere? Did they get them from the mansion? Like, what? How did they smuggle the candies?
謎の来客ベアトリーチェ様が夜鍋をしてチクチクやったのかもしれねえぜ。
Yeah, other than the guest part, then yeah.
ジェシカちゃんの部屋の扉をめぐるマスターキンの件は使用人の誰かが関わっている証拠じゃない。
Me? Only a master key could have locked the door to Jessica's room. I don't know why Batola like really have this aversion to suspecting the servants. I feel like suspecting servants is a very simple thing to do for me. Like they're not your friends, then you don't even meet them outside of the island. In that case, we can only suppose that one of the servants locked it. No, wait.
チ
What?
ェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。
Ah, Spain, the chess.
おかしいよ、ローザおばさん。なんで犯人はジェシカを殺した後、わざわざ施錠したんだ？
Great question. I have no idea.
施錠すれば、マスターキーの持ち主が疑われるのは必然。
But we kind of establish that that they want you to see the crime, right? So that also means they want to see how the crime scene is arranged. So is it like Batola versus Beatrice? Is for fancies, I guess.
わざわざ施錠する必要がないぞ。
そうだよ。バトラ君の言う通りだ。わざわざ疑われるようなことをする理由がない。
Okay, I feel like that has a lot of assumption on in the sentence. Like they wouldn't do that. Why would they do that? But that's because you don't know their motive, right? So,
それは面白い考えよね。もちろん私もそれは考えた。だとしたら
that's
施
smart.
錠した人物は使用人を疑わせたくてマスターキーなしであの扉を閉めた。でもそれは不可能でしょ。
That's right. If there was a trick that could lock the door without a master key, this would be a good disguise aimed at casting doubt at the servants. If the culprit wanted to isolate us and attack us one by one, this trick was a very effective one that could even give rise to paranoia. However, there was no way to lock that door without using a master key that you know of.
マスターキーを使わずに閉める方法がない。ルドルフ兄さんの言っていた悪魔の証明になるんじゃない？私たちには想像もつかない方法で閉められたのかもしれない。
Yeah, but that would make a very bad story for Mystery Jolla.
私たちに思いつかないからといって未知のトリックがあることを否定することにはならない。
そりゃそうだけどよ。つまりあれか？疑わしきは黒ってわけなのか？
具体的なトリックはわからないけれど、それでも外角はわかるの。
Oh, you have a trick? Well, I do have a trick too about a window, but that requires Goda to be like super speed. Or amidst the confusion, some servant come and lock the window, I guess, because maybe they didn't notice that the window wasn't locked. Then during the commotion, someone go and lock the window. That works too.
申し訳ないけど、カノン君を犯人だと仮定すると非常に簡単に説明できる。死体がない理由までね。
I think so too. Too bad that there's a late truth.
だってカノン君はマスターキーを持ってなかったんですよ。他の使用人ならともかくカノン君にだけは施錠はできなかったはず。
If there's no late truth, I would assume that there's some extra master key, or he stole master key from someone else. But I think Beatrice did say that he doesn't have one, I guess.
なるほど。
Did she say that? I don't think she said that. But, well, I don't think that matters, right? Because he did.
それでローザおばさんはジェシカの部屋に入って早々に俺たちにクローゼットなんかを探せと言い出したわけか。ローザおばさんこそ普段の様子から想像できるより頭の回転が速いな。
What do you mean normal appearance? Everyone is normal to me.
妹の頭の回転速度は 常に姉マイナス1よ。
Okay.
今は誰にも気を使う必要がないからせいせいするわ。
Why would you say that about your sister? She did. Georgie Aniki realized that she was referring to Auntie Eva and seemed a little disturbed about how he should take that nasty remark. Me too.
ごめん。僕にも分かるように説明してほしいな。
I think Losa is thinking that the culprit used the Kinso trick that Butler conjured in the episode 1, where they hide under the bed and wait for someone to come in. They lock the door from the inside. Then they hide under the bed or the furniture. And then, yeah.
カノン君のマスターキーはジェシカちゃんのポケットに入って密室に閉じ込められていた。施錠した後に部屋の外からポケットに入れるなんて芸当は不可能なはず。
違うんだよ兄貴。ローザおばさんの想像しているやり方ならこのトリックはカノン君にしか使えない。そしてジェシカのポケットにマスターキーを入れたまま鍵なしで施錠することができる。そしてその結果として死体もなくなることになる。
どうやって？
As a result? Okay, fine enough.
鍵なしでどうやって施錠するんだい？
簡単よ。ジョージ君だって帰宅したら施錠するでしょ。つまみをひねってカチリとね。
まさか。いやでもカノン君の姿はどこにも。
兄貴にもピンときたみてえだな。
He hid under the ceiling.
ローザおばさんが室内を探したのはそういうことだ。内側から鍵を閉めジェシカのポケットに鍵を突っ込んだカノン君が。
Oh, so we confirm that that trick wasn't used, I guess.
どこかに隠れて俺たちをやり過ごそうとしているのを探したんだ。
The simplest locked room trick. In other words, to hide inside the locked room after committing the murder. Also, I would call that personally a prison room trick. And if he could get out after those who discovered the body left, it would create a perfect locked room murder.
私たちはあの部屋を探したけれど何も見つけられなかった。でもだからといってあの部屋に使用人たちしか知らない秘密の隠し通路のようなものがないとは言えない。
Well, at least there's a late truth that the hidden passage doesn't exist.
それがどこに隠されていたかはわからないけれど。
Unless Beatrice throw us and be like, well, it's not hidden, but but you didn't see it, so, or something. I'll be so angry.
その隠し通路を仮定し推理することで彼しかありえないと断言できるのよ。
その推理はよ、俺も一番最初に考えた一番嫌な推理だから、一番最初にその可能性を潰したかった。
Oh, you don't like it, but you really like to use it.
カノンはこの部屋で殺されたであろう。
He was killed in this room.
そなたはカノンが犯人であると疑いそうになったため、真っ先にその可能性を潰すためにこれを復唱させたのだ。
Okay, so someone moved him after killing him in Jessica's room for some reason. Maybe to cast doubt on Canon so that it casts suspicion away from them. Because, you know, remember that they don't have magic in that world. Well, not yet, anyway. So I guess it's either Shannon or Genji, right, who's involved.
わかっておるわかっておる。
Like maybe I can say Canon killed himself in Jessica's room after killing Jessica. Then Genji and Shannon be like a cleaner or something.
だからその次に考えたのはこうだった。あの部屋にいたのは実は3人だったという説だ。
So, go there?
ジェシカとカノン君は被害者、そして犯人である来客ベアトリーチェも一緒にいたという考えだ。
そなたは人間であるわらわが 魔法を使わずに犯行を行ったことにしたいのだったな。なるほど。そなたにぴったりの陳説であるぞ。
Because I don't believe in the 19%, that's why I don't really want to use the human battery.
お前は2人を殺し、内側から施錠した。そしてカノン君の死体を担いで、普通の人は気づかない秘密の
Okay, nope, now you're too far gone, Battler.
つまり隠し扉を使って部屋から脱出したんだと読んだ。
Okay, so Battery denied that, right? So I guess he would say that. There we
お
go.
前に赤で言われちまった。あの部屋に隠し扉の類はないってな。
うん。
It wasn't hidden, or it wasn't a door, it was a passageway, Lamau, or something. That I will be so angry.
お前たちの知らない秘密の通路は存在せぬぞ。
It means we know, but we just don't know that it's a passage. Imagine.
ノックスだったかバンダインだったか。
Oh, she said a
なん
thing.
でもミステリーには秘密の通路があってはいけないらしい。そのお作法にわらわも従ったということよ。
Oh, that's convenient.
つまり名探偵は部屋を調べ尽くさずして隠し通路がないと断言できるわけだ。
No matter what, I have to think about which like mystery movie or novel do have hidden passage. But when they do that, they do that in the way that it doesn't feel cheated, right?
人間の推理ごっことはなんとお気楽なものよの。
クソ。でけえこと言いやがるぜ。
I mean, it's not that hard. Come on.
ありがとよ。魔女様のお取り計らいのおかげで、俺も部屋を探し尽くさずに、あの部屋に隠し扉がないと断言できるぜ。
Ah, how convenient.
うん。この部屋に隠し扉はない。
What about hidden windows, Lamau?
扉と窓以外に出入りする方法はない。
Okay, never mind. Oh, that was clear. That was quite clear.
今、ローザおばさんがぶってる自信満々の仮説は間違ってるってわけだ。
Not her fault.
しかも悔しいことに、この仮説は反証不能だ。
Oh, can't we bring her here?
魔女のお前は赤で隠し扉はないと断言すれば、それで決着する。
It's like phone a friend in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, right?
しかし人間の俺は、ローザおばさんにそれを反論しても受け入れられないだろう。隠し扉がないことを人間は証明できない。悪魔の証明になっちまう。
Not really. I think you can just say to her, like, okay, what about if there's no hidden door? Because we try to find them all. I feel like even in the real world, right? If you are like, oh yeah, maybe that's a hidden door, blah blah blah, and then you stop thinking. I don't think that's going to lead you closer to answer, right? I feel like you should think some extra steps, like what if there's no hidden passage? Then what do you think happened, right? I mean, I feel like Losa should be a bit more mature than that.
くそ。魔女ってのは便利だな。
Really?
そんなあるかないかもわからない隠し扉を理由にカノン君を犯人呼ばわりするなんて僕は納得できないな。
納得できないならより納得できる推理を聞かせて。
It was Shannon, Lamau. Take that, Georgie.
ないのよ。私はずっと考えてる。これしかないのよ。ジョージ君はシャノンちゃんと仲が良かったわね。だから使用人全員が犯人であることは受け入れがたいと思うの。私もシャノンちゃんが犯人の一味であるなんて信じたくない。でも全員であるか否かはともかく、確実にあの中に犯人もしくは共犯がいるのよ。それだけは見誤っちゃダメ。
カノン君以外にも狼がいると見てたんだな。ジェシカの部屋で犯人はカノン君だと大騒ぎしたのだ。使用人たちの反応を見るためだ。
ええ、そうよ。
Again, please. You thought our Marvels in addition to blah 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 blah. Interesting.
そしてその結果、私は一層の疑いを持つに至ったわ。確実に使用人の中に狼がいる。
Okay, what leads you to more suspicion?
確実にね。そして狼と羊のパズルのように普段はおとなしくしているけれど、チャンスがあったら襲ってくるに違いないの。ジェシカちゃんは一人で船に乗った羊よ。あのパズルでは頭数の時は襲ってこないけど、私たちのパズルは違う。チャンスと人数次第なら頭数でも襲ってくる。
That's true.
ジェシカちゃんが殺されたように。
僕は怒りたいことがある。
Well, facts don't care about feeling, right?
じゃあ厨房へ行かされてるシャノンは危険な状態じゃないか。
Yeah.
今すぐ僕たちも厨房へ行くべきだ。
Nah.
誰が狼だろうと狼でなかろうと、僕たち全員が揃っていれば均衡するならそれを保ち続けるべきだと思う。
Yeah, but it's too much
シャノン
work.
ちゃんはお父様のところへ源氏さんと一緒に行った。
Maybe she's going to say something similar to my listening.
その時に孤立したはずなのに殺されなかった。源氏さんも狼ではないから。
Wait a minute. Why would you say that? Because how do you know that Genji and Shannon and Kinso are not working together?
違うわ。二人とも狼だったからよ。
シャノンは悪事の片棒を担ぐような人じゃない。
How would you know? You met her like once per year.
いくらローザおばさんでもそれは聞き流せません。今の発言に対し僕は取り消しを要求します。
兄貴の前で悪いが、その論法エヴァおばさんの雰囲気にそっくりだな。
That's a low blow even for you, Butler.
こっちが反論できなきゃ自動的に自分が正しいみたいな。やっぱり血は争えないな、おばさん。
That's a bit mean.
私だって今の自分はあまり褒められたものじゃないとは思ってる。
But I'm doing this to protect all of you, my children.
でもね、私は母なの。
Yeah, like for God's sake, 6 people died. Well, 8 people now. So why are they like being very nonchalant in assuming the culprit?
マリアの無事を守るためなら鬼にもなるわ。本当ならマリアと二人きりでどこかに閉じこもっていたいくらいよ。でも私は同時にあなたたちの母でもあるつもりなの。今やあなたたちは私の子供も同然。
She's so kind.
私は自分の子じゃないからといってあなたたちを見捨てたりしない。絶対。
そりゃどうも。
私はあなたたちの母として油断しないでと警告したかっただけなの。常に私の目の届くところにいて私があなたたちを守ってあげる。
ついでに俺たちが狼でないことも監視してくれるってわけだ。
Why would you say that? What is the matter with you? And also, when Jessica and Canon died, well, Butler obviously wasn't there. Like, why are you saying this, Butler? What is the matter with you?
そりゃありがたいぜ。そういうおばさんは自分が狼ではないって証明はできるのかよ。
And then Losa be like, here's the proof, and then brandish a gun. People have shoot you or something. And also Losa wasn't there when Jessica died. What is the matter with you?
ええ、できるわ。
即答っすね。どうやって？
これよ。
Bang!
これが証拠よ。
Ooh, she looks so cool. Until Losa held up the gun and pointed the barrel at me. Oh. But that was only for an instant. Oh, phew. She immediately lowered the gun, laughing impishly. But to me, the time I spent standing down the barrel of the gun had felt like an eternity.
その銃がどうローザおばさんが犯人でないことを証明するというんですか。
I thought you're smarter than that, Georgie-kun.
考えてもみて、私が犯人だったらどう？使用人たちが出ていったこの千載一遇の機会を逃すと思う。あなたたちをズドンと撃って、あとは適当な言い訳をするだけよ。窓の外にベアトリーチェが現れて銃を撃ってきたとかね。
That works.
私は2発を撃ち返したと称して、2発分の空薬莢を床に捨てればいい。
そりゃすげえ乱暴な理論だが確かに一理あるぜ。
Yeah, but that wouldn't make sense, right? As far as motive go.
クラウス兄さんが昔よく言ってたわ。力こそ正義ってね。これがまさにそうなのかしら。ごめんなさいね、二人とも。私も今朝からの事件続きでかなり冷静さを失ってる。普段の私を知る二人から見れば、今の私は余裕がなくて少し短気そうに見えるかもしれない。
I wonder which one I like more, Nasuhi or
でも
Losa.
分かってる。私は悪意ある犯人から、そのためには鬼になる。それだけのことなの。怒らせるようなことを言ってごめんなさいね、バトラ君。ジョージ君、仲直りしましょう。
Georgie and he was wearing an unsatisfied expression. He probably couldn't forgive the damage done to Shannon's honor. What about me? Several bits of circumstantial evidence hint strongly at the servants' participation. I don't want to believe that one of them is the culprit, or possibly colluding with the culprit. But in the current situation, that's nothing but wishful thinking. Who should I believe? In the first place, who is the culprit? Are there accomplices? If so, how many? I feel like I'm constantly only suspecting the people connected to all this. I find myself quickly forgetting about the 19th person, the guest Beatrice who came yesterday and boldly called herself the Golden Witch. I haven't actually seen her face. I've heard that she's like a double of the witch in that portrait, but because I haven't seen her directly, no matter how hard I try, I can't really feel like there are 19% people on this island. Me too. So I easily slip into the illusion that the culprit is one of the 18. Damn it. Come on, Beatrice. If you're the bad guy, then act like the bad guy. Be the bad guy. And show yourself, laughing in a high-pitched voice and looking down on us, just like a bad guy in one of those dramas who even once they are exposed as the culprit, aggressively say, Shoko Arunaka. I mean, is there any proof?
証拠は終わりかの
Or that.
うっせえ。てめえはしばらく黙ってろ。
She just come up just to throw. That's good. There were 5 humans in the kitchen, but it was very quiet, filled only with the sound of the rain. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. Then why did Losa send Nanjo as well? What? Nanjo was in the chapel when Jessica got killed, right? That's weird. It was only accented by the sound of Shannon and Kumasawa washing the dishes. Kora was using the leftovers from breakfast and lunch as ingredients for a servant's soup. Rosa had suspected that poison may have been added to the food, so they had decided to eat canned food, but it hadn't really been filling. But Kora thought that she was being too careful, so he was spontaneously creating a soup to be served only to those that wanted to eat it. Shannon and Kumasawa were washing the dishes that the food had been arranged on. On the inside, they thought maybe Koda should be the one to wash them, since he had been the one who wanted the food on plates in the first place. But they left their complaints unsaid for the time being. Genji and Nanjo were facing each other across the cruise set, which had seen many years. it had still only just begun. And because the opening game of the experienced players had been endlessly refined, it looked like a lecture where they just moved specified pieces in a specified order.
良い匂いですね。やはり缶詰ではこうはいきませんね。
開封した食材だけで作りましたので、毒が混入しているなんてことはありませんよ。
But what if the poison is on the plate and pot all along?
皆さんの分もお作りしていますので、ぜひ食べましょう。もちろん私もお毒にしますよ。安心して召し上がってください。
本当にいい匂いですね。合田さんのまかない料理は本当に美味しいです。
美味しい材料を買ってきて、美味しい料理が作れるのは当たり前です。私は師匠にあり合わせのもので美味しく作るまかない料理を極めてこそ真の料理人だと習いました。
I guess so.
それはいい師匠でしたな。おかげで私はとても美味しいスープをごちそうになれそうです。
親族の皆様にお召し上がりいただくための材料で作ることになってしまった
ローザさんも朝からのいろいろでお疲れなのでしょう。無理もないことです。
でもそのおかげで美味しい食材のスープが飲めるのですからね。
Rosa had fervently told everyone that they didn't realize the danger they were in and that they must suspect that poison was mixed in with the food. The atmosphere in that place had led to their agreement, but their hunger wouldn't be overcome by that momentary emotion.
皮肉にも普段の私たちではとても味わえないスープとなりました。
Wait, I thought you said that you made that from the food that can't be poisoned. So what was that about? Yeah, made only from sealed ingredients. So, what's the problem?
できるなら客間の皆さんにもぜひ振る舞いたいところなのですが。
You just want to eat the food.
ローザ様のご指示に背いている以上、よした方がいいだろう。飲みたいものだけ飲むといい。
見えないところで上手に息抜きするのも使用人の心得でございますものね。
Kumasawa laughed loudly and Shannon and Koda laughed with her. It seemed that in an area where only their fellow servants were gathered, they could be only very relaxed. That's what a wolf would say. Shannon didn't like Koda's occasional dishonesty, but she knew that there was no falsehood in his childish smile when he cooked, nor in his desire that people enjoy his food. So even though it was a little aggravating to be made to wash the dishes, she couldn't really hate him. However, they couldn't have dreamed that Rosa was calling them wolves in the parlor at exactly the same moment that they were spending their time peacefully like this. Okay, cool. Now later. At the time, several of the servants heard a sound like something was being dragged under the thumb. Is that how that sound? I don't know. When that servant was out carrying a mountain of trash bags on a rainy day, or doing some work in a raincoat, they would create exactly this kind of noise and presence as they returned and hovered around the back door. Wait, what? So after hearing the sound, at first none of them noticed anything out of the ordinary, but they quickly realized in a situation where everyone was eaten. Oh, okay, now that's creepy. In the kitchen or the parlor, who in the world was at the back door? It's the CIA. As the servants all looked at each other, they checked to make sure that each one of them knew what that sound meant.
誰でございます？
The servants knew the mansion's layout well, so they understood how unimaginable it would be for someone from the parlor to to actually go outside in this typhoon, go all the way around and come up to this back door. Then was it Kim, sir? They found it even more difficult to imagine that Kinso, who never left his study even under normal conditions, would dash out into the middle of this typhoon for no reason and come to the back of the house where only low-class people came in or out. Classic Kinso always do his best to throw everyone.
気のせいじゃないですよね。
It's a ghost. Shannon and Kumasawa drew close together, fearfully looking at the back door.
どちら様ですか?
Oh, you're in the kitchen. Find some knives. As Koda fearfully approached the back door, he called out, and he checked with his eyes the location of a butcher's knife set on a nearby sink. He didn't pick it up yet, because there was still a possibility that this was a member of the family. However, that possibility wasn't possible. There was no response from across the door to Koda's initial question. How far is this back door to this kitchen? Maybe his voice had been so quiet that it hadn't reached through all the wind and rain outside.
南條先生と女たちは下がって。
一体どなたなんですかな?
Genji took a knife with a classical design from a stationery box placed near the chest set. It was something to be used instead of a paper knife to open envelopes for invoices and bills, but it was fundamentally a knife, so the blade on it could injure someone. Ooh, Genji hid it in his sleeve with a well-practiced manner. You did this all the time? Hiding a knife or something? Then he too approached the back door and signaled to Koda with a silent nod. Koda cautiously approached the back door and slowly started to open it. No. Nice! You okay? The figure of a person suddenly shuffled into sight, landed on its knees and fell over. Koda fell backwards onto his backside in shock. Shock, I say. The figure was soaked with rain, smeared with mud, and drenched with blood. He survives? You lied to me! Wait, how is that possible? I thought she said that Kanon got killed in Jessica's room. What was the exact word? Is that like a word play there? I have to check the word later.
カノン、大丈夫か? 南條先生。
It was Kanon. His breath was feeble, and the puddles of mud he left quickly became drenched, bright red. When Nanjo held him and turned his face up, there was a deep, gruesome scar right in the center of his chest, as though he had been run through with a spear or something. Even now, deep red blood poured out from there.
これはひどいですよ。どうしましょう。救急箱ですか？救急箱ですか？
If there's no late truth, I would just say that he's doing the same trick as the first episode, but I guess no?
カノンさん、傷口に手を当ててしっかり押さえてください。使用人室のベッドに運びましょう。皆さん、手を貸してください。
さあ、カノンさん、しばらく我慢してください。
しっかりして。もう大丈夫よ。だから傷口から手を離さないで。
とにかく使用人室へ運ぼう。熊沢ローザ様にカノンが見つかったことの報告を。
Okay.
待って、ローザ様にはダメ。
Because I'm the murderer.
待ってください。カノンさんがローザ様にはダメだと言っています。
どういう意味なの？カノン。
今はいい。早く使用人室へ運ぼう。熊沢、ローザ様にはまだお伝えするな。カノンに事情を聞いてからにする。
はい。
Calm down. After appearing in this horrible state, he has said not to tell Rosa. This is good news, right? Only Jessica died. That could only mean something very disquieting. An eerie sense of panic rose to their faces.
さあ皆さん、急いで運びましょう。早く早く。
Okay. Cannon's wound was unbelievably deep, and judging from Nanja's pale face, it was almost a miracle that he was still conscious.
これはひどい。何か槍のようなもので刺されたようです。肺まで届いてなければなんとか持つかも。とにかく止血を。
Why some duct tape or something? He seems okay. No matter how much Nanjo tried to wipe off that gushing deep red blood. Wait, how many hours have it been? Like, why? How is he not dead? From the blood loss, he couldn't wipe it. He couldn't wipe it all away. Who the hell wrote this? And each time the wound was aggravated, causing Cannon to cry in anguish.
カノン君、カノン君、カノン君、しっかりして、しっかりして。
南條先生、火炎のタオルです。なんてむごい。
容体はどうですか？
It's fine.
本音を言うと、生きているのが信じられん深手だ。
That's a fresh wound.
刺されどころが幸運だったのかもしれん。だが出血がひどすぎる。輸血が必要だが、明日まで無理だ。
We can transfuse the blood directly from my wound.
ローサ様が僕たちを。
喋らないで、カノン君。傷口が開いちゃう。
Okay, I thought that when you get like wounds, deep wounds, you don't shout loudly because it makes your body vibrate and hurts more. Maybe I don't know. I heard that from someone.
ローサ様がやってきて、お嬢様と僕は。
Excuse me, how would she do that when she's in the chapel? You liar! You murderer!
なんですって。
ローザ様がですか？おお、そんなことって。
間違いないのか？
はい。
Well, if someone can dress as Beatrice, who's to say that they can dress themselves as Auntie Rosa? Checkmate.
間違いなくローザ様でした。
さあ、もう喋らないで。熊沢さん、もう一つの救急箱を取ってください。
How many first aid kits do you have?
源氏さん、ローザ様がなんてことはありえるのでしょうか？
わからん。
Disregarding Nanjo and Kumasawa, and who were struggling hard and stained with blood as they tried to stop the bleeding, Genji and Goda faced each other. Because of what Kanon had said was the truth, Rosa was the culprit who killed Jessica. My eyes!
ローザめ。
That doesn't sound like you.
よくも
Maybe.
お嬢様を。
You don't even say that towards Beatrice. Okay.
殺してやる。
He says, hemorrhaging blood. Kanon screamed even more hatefully. His hate-filled voice made it seem like he had seen Jessica being harmed right before his eyes.
確かにローザ様がお嬢様を殺す理由はあるかもしれない。
Why?
後ろ宮家が全滅すれば遺産は全てローザ様のもの。だとしたらバトラ様やジョージ様も危険なのでは。ローザ様は銃を持っている上に今客間には彼らしかいない。
Oh, maybe they're dead or seven.
源氏さん、これはかなりまずいことでは。
Remember? Shannon suddenly ran out into the corridor. Her expression was complex and tragic, as though she didn't know what to believe. What? What are you... What? She just ran! She just... Peace out! Adios! Whee! Okay. Shannon ran. To where? The inside of the mansion had been scrupulously clean, so they probably wouldn't be easy to find. What is easy to find? She might find some if she searched the lost garden, but they would probably have all been lost in this wind and rain. What? That's right. The boiler room isn't cleaned very often. If she went there, she might be able to find some. Shannon ran down the stairs to search for those in the underground boiler room. Let me guess. An hour later, Kinso is going to be burned in the furnace. Am I close? Has some medicine taken effect at the brink of death? Or had Canon finally stopped even feeling pain? Or he dead? For the time being, Canon had at least gotten over his painful gasping. Nanjo apparently didn't think of this as that great of a trend and didn't let his eyes off Canon for a second. Kumasawa firmly gripped Canon's hand and kept encouraging him so that his will to stay alive didn't fall asleep. Genji and Koda seemed bewildered and had to deal with the truth that Canon had risked his life to deliver.
ローザ様の銃は確か4発か5発の弾が込められたはずだ。
決して少ない数ではないですね。
She have to miss, right? It's not like she has training in Hawaii or something.
でもあの銃は弾の装填に結構な慣れが必要だったはず。一発目は撃たせてしまうかもしれませんが、みんなで襲いかかれば次を撃たせずに銃を奪い取れるかも。
この島には医者はいても薬はなく、病院もない。撃たれどころが悪ければ死ぬぞ。
それは分かっていますが。
Oh, you are going to be a hero?
それより早く行動を起こさないと、また次の事件が起こる可能性も。私たちはローザ様にうまく追い出された気がします。今頃ジョージ様やバトロ様が殺されている可能性も。
Okay, I guess my counter argument would be the same as how Eva can be the murderer, is that, well, if the police found out, then no inheritance for you. So why would anyone risk that?
そんな危険な相手なら無理に刺激しない方がいいんじゃありませんか。
We shower her with love.
しかし明日までは長い。どんな手を打ってくるか想像もつきませんよ。源氏さん、こちらから仕掛けるべきです。
What are you gonna do? Run in there and hopefully Georgie and Batola doesn't stop you and Losa shoot you?
せめて銃さえ理由をこじつけて奪えばなんとかなるかも。
弾は4、5発じゃありませんか。ということは私たち全員を殺すには足りないということです。
Yeah, but I don't wanna get shot.
部活に刺激しなければきっとローザ様もむやみには。
You shot 5 of us, then bong the rest.
あいつは言ったよ。
Who are you to have this privilege of the text in the almost the middle of the screen?
僕たちを皆殺しにすると言った。
Really? I don't believe you, you murderer! Canon, who they thought had been sleeping quietly, suddenly started talking brightly, almost like he had been awake the whole time and had suddenly opened his mouth. He looked firm and steady, and Nanjo was slightly relieved, but thinking of the deepness of that wound, he just couldn't wipe away a certain creepy feeling. He knew because he was a doctor. Canon should have been expected to fall unconscious after losing so much blood, and yet somehow he had preserved his awareness so clearly. Youth? Tenacity? Magic? Sometimes the power of human life surpasses common knowledge. When they had stopped the bleeding to make sure there were no foreign objects inside the affected area, Nanjo had groped around a bit inside the bleeding hole with tweezers, and the great depth of the wound had surprised him. The wound had certainly reached as far as his lung, and yet, no, on the other hand, the fact that he is alive is fortunate. But Canon had spoken clearly. He had hatefully said that the one named Losa had created this wound and was repeating curses and alleged words. Oh, you're here. Okay. What the?
あいつは親方様の財産を独り占めするために台風が過ぎ去るまでにどんな手を使ってでも皆殺しにする気なんだ。
You're Zombies? Zombies?
あいつはそうするとはっきり僕に言ったよ。
Yeah, right. Okay. Cool. You think a murderer would say that to you of all people? Come on.
くそ、なんて人だ。源氏さん、どうしましょう。私たちにも何か武器がいるのでは。
にわかには信じられん。王座様がそのようなことを。
Yeah, tell him.
源氏様、信じる信じないじゃない。あいつが僕にそう言ったんですよ。この僕が聞いたんです。どうして信じてくれないんですか。
起きないで。傷に触ります。
He's a zombie. Canon sat up on the bed and spoke to Genji, who was making no effort to believe Canon's story.
あいつは僕たちを必ず全員殺す。もうきっと客間の方々も殺されているに違いありません。僕らが先に殺さなければ必ず僕らが先に殺される。
No, don't believe his lies. This is a
僕ら
murderer.
が先に殺されたようにみんなも先に殺される。殺さなきゃ殺される。殺さなきゃ殺される。殺さなきゃ殺される。
Flowey, is that you?
カノンさん、あんた本当に痛くないのか。
ああ、これですか。大した傷じゃありません。
Just a fresh wound.
大した傷じゃないどころか、あんたは。
本当に大したことありません。こんなのもう全然痛くないし、本当に大した傷じゃない。
As Canon said that, he began to untie his own bandages, which had been painstakingly wrapped. The gruesome hole in his chest was immediately exposed.
カノンさん、そんなことをしてはダメですよ。早く横になって。
Tomato sauces everywhere.
大丈夫ですって。ほら、ね。
No.
大した傷じゃないでしょ。
Canon showed off his gaping wound, which was still slowly spitting out foamy blood. What is going on? Everyone averted their eyes reflexively.
ほら、全然大した傷じゃないです。
No, not me. I'm enjoying this.
やめなさい。傷をいじってはいけません。
ほら、見て。全然深い傷じゃないんですよ。ほら。ほら。
Canon held up two fingers, showed them to everyone, and slowly started to stick them into the gruesome wound right in the center of his chest. Oh, that's disgusting. Plunging, slimy, squishy, wet. The fingers went in deep to the base. Squish, glue, blob. Thanks, Kim.
カノンさん、やめて、やめて。
Having stuck his fingers completely into his chest up to the base, he slowly pulled them out in exactly the same way. The fingers he pulled out were stained a sticky, solid, deep red color, and there was even a thread hanging. Disgusting! The fingers were all the way to their base, covered in deep red.
あんた、
Oh, he's a furniture. So he's like a android mannequin. There we go. It's confirmed now.
ね
His programming got faulty after getting shot in the chest.
全然大した傷じゃないでしょ
That's disturbing. My eyes! Just then the door opened vigorously and Shannon appeared. Even after she saw Cannon stained with fresh blood, her impregnable expression didn't
な
falter.
あ姉さ
Yeah, Nathan.
んどこへ行っていたの
Toilet.
僕が既得だというのに一体どこへ
Sorry, Cannon-kun. I need to burn Kinso's corpse. How's your day going?
ボイラー室に行ってきたの。探し物があって、それより確かめたいの。あなたは本当にカノン君。
It was only natural. Everyone believed he was Cannon. So they couldn't understand the meaning of Shannon's question. When they looked, they noticed that Shannon was holding a handkerchief in her hand. It was filthy. It looked like she had wiped up some trash or dust. And while holding that, she approached Cannon and drew close to his legs. Why not go for his face?
雲の巣を拭き取ったハンカチよ。
Well, don't tell him.
なんでそんなもの
カノン君なら平気だろうけど、もしあなたにとって雲が天敵だったなら嫌うかなって思って。
Oh, okay.
やだな僕がどうして雲を嫌う
ごめん、試すね。
シャノンさん。
Well, I feel like if this quote-unquote canon was a bit more subtle, no one would suspect that he's not canon, right? What the? When Shannon brought that handkerchief close to Cannon's thigh, something happened in an instant. It happened all at once. The human eye couldn't have followed it. Cannon jumped back with a wild goat. Like a wild goat, fleeing from the thing Shannon was holding, and his arm drew trails with some kind of afterglow that flashed purple. Okay, so this is the unreliable scene again. Cool. There were three beautiful purple trails drawn in an arc, and they were traced across the throats of Nanjo and Kumasawa. Oh no, who had been tending to him. And Nanjo and Kumasawa's throats had opened like gaping mouths, and it was the very instant before the blood was about to start spewing out. Oh, he died fast. For Nanjo, the third purple trail should have traced across Shannon's throat, but Shannon wasn't there because Genji, who had been behind her, had wrapped his own arm around Shannon's neck and pulled her back. How fast is he? This all happened in an instant. In an instant, Goda tried to think fast. In an attempt to understand the scene, the frozen moment in time shattered. Oh, they did. Blood spewed forcefully from Nanjo and Kumasawa's necks, which had been torn apart. Still mid-jump, Cannon wall-kicked off a picture frame that had been hanging from the wall behind him, springing forward just like a cat and aiming for Shannon's throat again. But Cannon's target once again disappeared from in front of him because Genji had pushed Shannon again, and the two of them had fallen onto the ground, keeping flat to the floor.
いい反射神経だこの老いぼれ家具が
Oh my. He's a fighter! Punch! No, Goda wasn't an idiot either. Even if he couldn't understand what was going on, he at least realized that if this cannon wasn't seized, his own life would also be in peril. He sprang at Cannon with his huge body, pushing him up against the wall with his weight and physical strength. Yo, very good, huh? He's not fat, how dare you? The tips of the fingers on Cannon's right hand began to trace out another purple trail. Oh no! No! And when he raised the red hand up, aiming to strike at Goda's back, there was a loud thunk. Because Cannon's raised red hand had been pinned to the wall, he couldn't tear his palm away from the wall. Oh, phew. Sticking out from it was the knife Genji had thrown. Ooh, you! Yeah, very good. Who are you? Are you like Spec Ops? Under normal circumstances, it should have been surprising to see someone as old as Genji handle a knife so skillfully, but in this abnormal space, no one paid it much mind. Genji took the handkerchief with the spider web stuck to it from Shannon, and he approached Cannon, who had pinned to the wall by Goda's massive body and the knife. Yamero!
それは近づけるなやめろやめ
I think he's okay. That sounds like when you are frying a fish in a pan or something. I wouldn't be surprised that the actual sound is from that. When Genji pushed the handkerchief up against Cannon's face, there was a sound just like the one you hear when you set meat on a red-hot iron plate. Yeah, close enough. Of course, the smell was the same too, as he was burned and inflamed, festering in filthy lead and black, and cried out in his death throes. Cannon's body burst open and scattered. My eyes! It was almost as though a balloon filled with gold leaf had popped. The entire servant loom was completely buried under a storm of gold leaf. No, a labor of gold butterflies. Those butterflies began to softly fade into nothingness, as though dissolving into water. No, into the air itself. And afterwards, all that was left was the three of them sitting on their behinds, stained with blood. However, not everyone was just stained with blood. Some of them were lying on the ground, vomiting blood themselves. No. A slit so sharp that it looked like it could cut your finger if you touched it was open wide, causing large amounts of blood to keep pouring out. Sanitator!
ゴーダ、怪我はないか？
私は大丈夫です。しかし、私たちは何を見たんだ？
You tell me.
何があったんです？私はあれを確かにこの手でこの壁に押し付けていたのに。
I'm very surprised that Goda did not die from that. Because if Goda make contact with Losa and he's not one of the accomplices, then the story would be a bit weird. So maybe now he's blackmail or threatened to be on like Genji and Shannon's side? I don't know.
その私が何があったのか理解できない。
Me too. Goda looked at his own hand. The bright red blood left from his scuffle with Cannon definitely remained, and yet Cannon was nowhere to be seen, because he had disappeared. He had turned into gold butterflies and scattered. Goda kept screaming alone that he had no clue about what was going on. Shannon sobbed in front of Nanjo's and Kumasawa's remain. No. Ooh, 07. Died in the servant room, his throat slit by a sharp blade or something similar, but this alone isn't enough. Died in the servant room, her throat slit by a sharp blade or something similar, finishing touches yet to come. What? But But from the scene in the kitchen, we know that Koda brought the steak knife and Genji brought the what is called like a letter opener. So maybe two of them slash these poor people's throat. And Shannon just stand there menacingly, I guess. Or maybe Shannon grabbed the knife from Koda and slit one of them's throat, I guess. And Genji watched over her, silent as always. The plot thickens. My heaven. Yeah, it was 1 p.m. 15, 16, 17. Devious proof.
南條先生と熊沢さんが一体どういうことなの？
ああ、シャノン、無事でよかった。君に何かあったら僕は。
Don't believe them. They're the one who slit their throat.
庄司様。
ジョージ君、少し静かにして。あなたたちの目の前で殺人が行われたんでしょ。
Yeah, tell me everything.
犯人を見たの？見ないの？
それが何と説明すればいいのか。
The culprit put on the balaclava. It must be the KGB.
源氏さん。
私たちに見たものをうまく説明できません。
確かにそれは私たちの目の前で起こりました。私の目の前にいた。
Okay, so Koda has been compromised, right? Like we are very sure at this moment. I don't know if he was compromised before, but now I'm very sure that he is compromised.
だけれど、あれは何だったんだ。私にもわからないんです。
Just tell me what you see.
あなたが出会ったのは昨夜から所在不明の魔女ベアトリーチェか、行方不明になっているカノン君かのどちらかしかありえない。男か女か、それだけでも答えられるでしょう。
ローザおばさん、少し落ち着けって。目の前で2人やられりゃ誰だって混乱だってする。ゴダさん、ゲンジさん、焦らなくていいぜ。何があったのか順を追って話してくれ。
それが何を私は言えばいいのか。
Just say it already. Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san had been killed. We understood that much, and it seemed that it had occurred in front of their eyes. But even so, they spoke awkwardly. A symptom of the murderer or the accomplice. They admitted that they had definitely seen the crime with their own two eyes, but when asked to explain what they had seen, their mouths went suddenly shut. I could understand why Auntie Rosa was irritated and losing her patience.
シャノン、君は見たのかい？南條先生が襲われるところを。
はい。
僕に教えて、分かることだけでもいい。一体何があったの？
勝手口に来たんです。
そうです。
That doesn't help me.
勝手口に誰かがやってきたんです。そして誰だろうと私は扉を開けました。
勝手口に誰か？それは誰？
最後まで言わせてやれ。
Yeah, don't cut him off. That's a bit rude.
それから
そいつは血まみれで大怪我をしていました。私たちは使用人室に運び、すぐに南條先生が手当てをしました。
Okay, match the scene so far.
とても深い傷でした。
だからそれは誰のことなの？
Wait, so if Nanjo... Oh, so that's why Nanjo haven't even said about time of death. Because I think they're not planning to use that to mislead us anymore. Oh, okay, that's cool.
わからないんです。確かに最初はそうだと思っていました。
Say the name.
今でもそうだと思ってるんです。でもあれは一体
What is it? A kaiju?
わからない。わからない。
in a manner that didn't match his large body, Goda held his head and scratched at it. I didn't have a clue whether he was confused because he couldn't remember, or whether he was confused because he had seen something terrifying and couldn't accept it. And Shannon looked the same way. If she let her guard down, what she had seen just a short while ago would quickly melt away like a daydream, and she wouldn't even be able to remember what she saw. That's what she looked like. Only Genji looked composed as usual. You murderer or accomplice at this. So the questions were naturally directed at Genji, but even Genji had to take quite some time to gather his thoughts before he opened his mouth.
源氏さん、あなたは見たんでしょう。勝手口に来たのは誰？
はじめ私たちはその人物がカノンであると信じました。
ほら、やっぱり生きていたでしょ。私の推理は正しかった。
初めはってことは、後にその認識は変わるってこと？
はい。その後に起こったことは口では説明できません。
I'll try anyway.
南條先生と熊沢を殺し、その時彼は間違いなくカノンではありませんでした。
That's it? That's all you're saying? Really? Not the him playing with his wound, him saying disturbing thing, him having a blade from a magical violet blade coming from his hand like Edward Elric from Full Metal Alchemist. Not that he got deep fried from spider webs. No, let's not say anything about that. Okay, cool, Genji. Very cool.
そうなんです。源氏さんの言う通りなんですよ。口ではとても説明できない。
君も同じ意見なのかい？
Okay. I don't know who did it, but Shannon, Genji, and Goda is like top 3 suspects. But I don't even care about Kinso now.
私も同じことしか申し上げられません。
If we interpreted what they were saying favorably, it meant that Antilosa's conclusion had been correct from the beginning. But it's not possible, because late truth, Canon-kun has appeared from the back door in the kitchen with a serious injury. Then he had been taken to the servant room and cared for. Then something terrifying had happened. Since these people couldn't imagine that Canon-kun could have pulled it off, they had started to suspect whether that really had been Canon-kun. Really? And no one asked them to elaborate? Like, how did he disappear? You know? No, we're just going to gloss over that. Cool. Is that how things are? In other words, this meant Canon-kun had appeared, no matter how confused they were, no matter how they muddled their words. That's what it meant in the end. So had Canon-kun indeed used some trick to escape that room while it was locked? No, that doesn't matter anymore. The real problem is that Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san were killed. Antilosa had claimed that Canon-kun was behind this from the very beginning. Wait, have they? Have Bartola seen the corpses personally? No matter how confused they became, and no matter how much they tried to deny it, they were halfway saying that it was the truth. But even so, for some reason, I felt like their awkwardness couldn't be explained just by confusion. What had they seen? Like they said, had they really seen something unexplainable with words? Well, draw pictures instead. Until Losa, having decided that she wouldn't be able to get any more out of them, concluded her questioning. But, oh no, said Indar, even if these people didn't have a clue what was going on in the confusion, if those of us who hadn't been at the scene calmly looked at the bodies, we might find something. But it was a little surprising that Antilosa was also concerned about the bodies, just like I was. because she thinks that they are lying. That's what I think. That's possible too. Even at this point, I still wanted to expose the culprit and the truth myself if we could find any clues. But Auntie Losa should have been different. Hadn't Auntie Losa's plan given a higher priority to staying safe than to finding the culprit? Yeah, what's up with that? I couldn't really see why Auntie Losa wanted to check the body so badly that she would deliberately leave our fort in the parlor.
みんなで一緒に使用人室に行きます。
What do you mean leave our fort? There's no one else.
全員一緒に行動すれば安全よ。マリア、落書き遊びはおしまいになさい。
おお、落書きじゃない。ベアトリーチェの問題を解いてるの。
Ooh, you're solving the epitaph. Tell me more.
ベアトリーチェの問題？何のことだよ。俺にも教えてくれよ。
ローザおばさん、マリアちゃんも連れて行くんですか？
Yeah, that'll be awkward. Although I understand that I wouldn't want to leave her alone too. It seemed that Georgie Aniki had some resistance to bringing Maria to the bloody crime scene. But you know what? She's a creepy child. I don't care about her. She can see all the corpses she needs to. But taking into consideration the fact that Maria would be left alone here, it would surely be much safer if we took Maria with us. In the end, it was just Aniki's irresponsible humanism. Whoa, why would you think that? We decided that all of us, including Maria, would go to the servant room. Okay, will there be like magic circle or the envelope? The bed in the servant room was stained with bright red blood. No, not just the bed. The whole room was covered with a gruesome paint from countless blood stains. Oh my god, what did you do to the room? The dreadful scene alone was enough to give us an idea of the repulsive sight they had been trying to describe. Ooh. Yeah, come, take a look.
マリアちゃんは僕と一緒にここで待ってようね。
Georgie Aniki was standing by the entrance, covering Maria's eyes and with his back to the room. He probably didn't want to dirty an innocent girl's citation needed. Letting us with the repulsive red in this room. That was surely the correct decision. Nope, it's a wrong decision. We should have Maria see all the corpses. I was acting tough right now, so I didn't mind. But I would probably remember this room and start to vomit whenever I saw lead paint scattered around for the rest of my life. My retinas already had this room burned into them. In other words, it was too late for me. Ara? Are you serious? Right after they entered the servant room, Goda-san and Shannon-chan appeared flustered. We shook, wondering what horrible new situation had arisen to frustrate them for a second time. Auntie Losa also shuddered, raised her gun high, and searched for whatever it was that had them shaken, but not stirred. But she couldn't find it, which wasn't surprising. They were shaken because they couldn't find it. What, the corpses?
二人の遺体がありません。
Okay. I mean, Genji and Shannon Goda could hide the body somewhere, so I am not particularly, Although, do you think that it's a fake death? Well, we'll verify that with the late truth later, right?
どういうことなの？
そんなはずないんです。確かにお二人はここに。
おいおいおい。
おいおいおい。
なんだよ。死体がどこかへ歩いてったってのか。
It's a zombies.
そんなわけはないだろ。だってこの使用人室は施錠されてたんだろ。
And then Nacho and Kumasawa came back.
それを今、ゴーダさんが開けて入ったわけじゃないか。
And then Kumasawa and Nacho came back and then brandish a weighted sword. on their arms and killed everybody else.
ってことはなんだ、ジェシカの部屋と同じってことかよ。また密室の中から消えたってのかよ。
Oh, it was locked? Wait, what? Was it locked? Yeah, but you can use a master key, right? I mean, Goda, Shannon, and Kenji, they're like all the master keys. So, not like it's a problem. Okay, it didn't say that they used the key to get in, but I guess it was locked.
そんなバカな。
そんなバカな。
私にも何のことやらさっぱり。私たちはこの部屋を出るとき、確か
you
に
lock
鍵
it.
をかけて。
Okay. Don't care.
私こそ何が何やらもうわからないのです。
There was a timid and pitiful smile on Goda-san's face that he definitely wouldn't have let show normally. Shannon was the same.
二人の死体が消えた。しかも鍵をかけたのに消えた。
How do you know? They would be lying.
仮にカノン君が犯人だとしても、カノン君はマスターキーをもう持ってないはず。
Well, they got one from Kumasawa. Not that hard. Although I did say that I would try to use the 19 person to solve this, so let's say they didn't pickpocket the master key from someone else. The 19 person would still have to enlist like helps from the servants. So okay, that doesn't seem to matter.
違います。カノン君は犯人じゃありません。
Yeah.
シャノン、僕はシャノンを信じるよ。
Don't care about you, Georgie
カノン
Nissan.
君は犯人なんかじゃない。きっとこれは彼によく似た何者かの仕業なんだ。
いいえ、カノン君はマスターキーを手に入れられたわよ。
From Kumasawa, right? Although, well, I guess not when we factor in Beatrice's late truth.
彼のマスターキーはジェシカちゃんの遺体のポケットから見つかった。そしてその鍵は誰が手に入れた？
I don't remember. Who?
そうだ、南條先生が。
Oh, that's right. Back then, it definitely had been Dr. Nanjo who searched through Jessica's clothes and found the master key. So if someone had the opportunity to search Dr. Nanjo's corpse, it would have been easy for them to take the master key back. Until Rosa searched under the bed and in the locker. By now, I also understood what that meant. If you assume that there had been two culprits, it could be easily explained. The first person was Kanon-kun, or maybe an imposter that looked like him. He had finished off Dr. Nanjo and ran off somewhere. The second person was probably the 19th person, Beatrice, whose location was unknown. I thought that would be Shannon, but who had hidden under the bed in the 7th room beforehand, and with Dr. Nanjo's body still enshrined here, she had waited for Genji-san and the rest to leave. Then after that, she had crawled out, taken the master key back from Dr. Nanjo's pocket, and carried the two bodies away for some reason. What? This is weird. You telling me she get in there, knife bracing, then in front of Kenji-san and then go back to hide? This is not Hitman. If she had then locked the door with a master key, this locked room would be created.
ジェシカの部屋の推理を前提になかなか素早く組み立ててきたものよ。その方法なら魔法でなくても密室は作り出せよう。まずは及第点というところか。 しかし実に面白いが、お前は一つ忘れてはならぬことがあるぞ。お前の言う方法で犯人がマスターキーを取り返したなら、その犯人はマスターキーをジェシカの遺体から南條が回収したことを知っていたことになる。
Not really. I thought they would just pat down all the corpses. So I
言わ
don't.
れなくても分かってるぜ。
I wouldn't factor that in, but yeah, I think Beatrice's point is that the culprit is one of the 18 people, which is something that we know.
あの時、あの場にいた人物以外知り得ない情報だって言いてんだろ。この第三の密室があっさり破られちまったもんで、そういう手で俺に闇を言うしかねえんだろ。同じネタの繰り返しは芸がないぜ。
Even though I was acting tough, that move of the witches hurt bad. I could feel cracks forming in the thing I most wanted to deny. She's trying to close in on me from two directions. On the one hand, there's the frontal attack, where she tries to force me to believe in witches, using locked room tricks that only a witch could do. On the other hand, there's the rear attack, where she tries to lure me into thinking it would be better if there was a witch by strengthening my suspicions of those close to me. In the first locked room, the Sharpio, she had used the frontal attack, but it hadn't worked on me. That's undoubtedly why, with the second locked room, and now the third, she started to change the direction of her attack. However, the fact that she was changing the direction of her attack also proved that my resistance was working a little. She has surely given up on the frontal attack because she couldn't just win directly with it. I tried to force myself to accept my own position by thinking that, but it seemed that the witch has seen through these thoughts of mine long ago.
成功法は書かぬ。絡めては成功法と同時に進めてこそ意味がある。絡めてのみに出するは手段が目的となった時に起こる愚策に過ぎぬぞ。
そうですかい。じゃあお得意の赤で何者かが使用人室に隠れていたを復唱してもらおうじゃないか。
その必要はない。お前の推理の前提は今から崩れる。
お？拒否かよ。やっぱり誰かが隠れていたんだな。
Butler, calm down.
ローザが今からお前の前提を崩す。
What?
まあ耳を傾けてみよ。
I assume that Rosa couldn't find anyone, which is okay.
信じてください、ローザ様。確かにここに二人の遺体を安置したんです。この床の真っ赤な血は彼らのものなのです。
Until Rosa began to search through various objects around the room, her back to Koda-san as he cried out in supplication. Eventually, she found something and for a while stopped
ロ
moving.
ーザ様、私たちは断じて嘘などついては。
Oh, she's convinced that the servants are in on it.
間違いなく二人の遺体はここにあったんです。
静かに。死体を隠した本人が死体はよそに持ち去ったと告白しているわ。これでね。
What? Rosa showed them a single sheet of paper over her shoulder.
それは一体まさか礼拝堂にあったのと同じ紋章入りの封筒の手紙？
え
え、そうよ。ここに堂々と置いてあったわ。読むわね。
Okay.
後ろ宮家の皆様、黄金の碑文の謎解きはいよいよ佳境に入りましたでしょうか。皆さんに私を止めることができる唯一の方法が碑文の謎を解くことなのです。それ以外のいかなる方法をもってしても私と儀式を止めることはできません。くれぐれも皆さんの目的をお間違いなきよう。私を探そうとも無駄。私から逃れようとも無駄。私を否定しようとも無駄なのです。
Muda, 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 muda.
黄金のベアトリーチェ。
追伸、二人の遺体を儀式にお借りします。後ほどご返却いたしますので、ご容赦をお願いいたします。
What? Why?
あと、この鍵は皆様のものですので、ご返却いたします。
Why would they hide the bodies when they show the body to us in the first twilight? Wait, what? Master key? As Rosa read that aloud, the contents of the envelope lay exposed on the palm of her hand. There were two master keys. The master key that Nigel had found in Jessica's pocket, which had originally been Kanon's and Kumasawa's master key.
なんだと
Oops. Okay, cool. Yeah, well, we knew that it's, I don't know, maybe Genji, Shannon, Goda, right? Although, if I'm going to double down on the 19%, I would just say that, oh, but that still requires the accomplice. Yeah, I guess it's impossible for the 19% to commit murder without the servants as the accomplice or, you know, blackmail or otherwise, right? So someone, I think like in the Kinso's room in episode 1, someone might have set down the envelope after they go into the room, right? Well, sneakily.
ってことは
Am I at?
どういうことだよ。ふざけんなよ、またかよ。またマスターキーを持ってる使用人しか疑えないってのかよ。
わらわは赤では言ってはおらぬぞ。
Just say it.
彼らがこの部屋に施錠をして去った時、この部屋に何者かが隠れていた可能性を否定してはおらぬぞ。
Just say it for God's sake.
ベッドの下にでも隠れれば死体をどこかへ運び出すのはできないことじゃない。
When?
しかしそれじゃ施錠ができない。わざわざ手に入れたマスターキーをここへ置いてっちまってる。そうだ、忘れてた。この部屋の本来の鍵である使用人室の鍵はどうなっている？
Would there be one?
うん。それなら使用人室の奥のキーボックスに収められているぞ。
Oh.
使用人室の鍵は数本あるが、そのすべてがキーボックスに収められている。
ってことは
Why is why are these red but not these? I hope that doesn't matter or I'll be a little bit angry.
うん。
ジェシカの部屋の鍵の時と状況は何も変わらないってことか。使用人も便利なマスターキーがあれば不要な鍵はわざわざ持ち歩かないもんな。
I feel like if it's the 19%, it detracts from finding out the motives of murder.
キーボックスにしまわれっぱなしになってるのも納得だぜ。
その他の条件も何も変わらぬ。出入りは唯一の扉と唯一の窓から以外は不可能。故に隠し扉などの不正規な出入り手段は否定される。喜べ名探偵ども。そしてそれらはいずれも施錠されていた。扉も窓も施錠時にはいかなる出入りも許さない。つまり施錠を維持したまま扉を外す、隙間を作ってすり抜けるなどなどは通用しないということだ。当然だが扉の開錠は使用人室の鍵とマスターキー以外は不可能。毎回これを読み上げるのも面倒だの。今度これをまとめて一言に略す言葉でも考えよう。
だがこの部屋に誰かが隠れていたことは復唱できねえだろ。
Not that she can, she didn't. That's a different.
しかしそれだけでは密室の扉が破れない。ああ、クソクソ。
I don't think there's anyone hiding there. Even even if Beatrice doesn't confirm, I feel like there's no way that someone was hiding in the room. She could be baiting Butler too by not saying it in late.
ダメだダメだ全然ダメだ
お得意のチェス盤をひっくり返すとやらはどうした？自慢の陳説をぜひ披露してみよ。
チェス盤をひっくり返す。俺が犯人ならどうする？死体をどこかへ運び出す。手紙を残す。内側から鍵を閉める。
What if you lock the door and leave a letter later?
ここから何かの方法で部屋を脱出すればいいんだ。くそ、そんな方法はあるのか？扉と窓以外からは外に出られないと赤で言われちまってる。あ。
At that moment, I got it. That's right. Carry the corpses, leave the letter, and not rely on a hidden door. In other words, not even able to escape. That's right. This isn't a question. It's an answer.
ベアト。
Oh, well, this placing a corpse indirectly tell me that it wasn't a murder-suicide. In that room, at least. Because if you like kill yourself in the room, you can lock the door, right? But now that no one is in the room, then you can lock the door by yourself if you are the culprit. Okay, cool.
副賞要求の前にお前の言う隠し扉の定義を確認したい。
何を思いついたやら。よかろう。説明する。隠し扉とは知らぬ人間が認識できぬ出入り口のことであろうが。
What if they know, but don't recognize at that moment? Lamao?
そんなこと子供でも知っておろう。
つまり部屋の外に出られなかったらそれは隠し扉じゃないってことだよな。
What? Like a one-way door?
ほう、そうきたか。
俺は犯人は密室から抜け出したものだとばかり思っていた。違うんだ。犯人だって密室から脱出できなかったんだ。
What are we going for?
だから隠れてやり過ごそうとした。
What? What? I had used this theory for the second locked room and reasoned that Kanon-kun might have done this. But I had given up that reasoning when I was told Kanon-kun was killed in red. And next I had reasoned that if there had been a third person in the room, it would have been possible for them to escape through a hidden door. But there was no door. I thought that was clear. And that was when, for the first time, the claim had been made in red that no hidden doors exist. And what I learned just now, these hidden doors the witch was talking about refer to things that made it possible to get into or out of the room. In other words, things that didn't permit entry or exit to the outside, and also wouldn't be noticed by people who didn't know about them, wouldn't fall under the definition of hidden door. That would be very dirty if that's the case. In other words, if there were, for example, something like a hidden shelf and a secret closet, they wouldn't be defined as hidden doors. So you're going about that they are hiding themselves in the place, in the room. In other words, the third person in Jessica's room was hiding here, waiting for us to pass by. How pathetic! Just a little playing around with words. I feel like if Beatrice doesn't shoot it down right now, she would be just setting this up for a spectacular failure. With this method, it looks like I can even manage the third locked room, the servant room. If there's a hidden shelf under the bed or anything like that, that would be enough. The culprits. Hiding somewhere waiting for us to leave. The culprit is also trapped in the locked room even now. Which means, at this very moment, the culprit is still hiding in the seven room, holding their breath. Okay, then try your best and find them, I guess. Whoa. How does that make sense? I feel like hidden shelf, or what does he call that again? Yeah, hidden whatever, right? That's not the door. I feel like the servants would know about that, so they will check that out. This is coming from point of view of Batra, right? That servants are not the culprits or the accomplices. So if that's actually hidden shelf for this 19 person to hide in, why would the 19 person know but the servants doesn't know? It's called a servant room, not the 19 person room. Which means, and that means, what the hell? Even though we've been tortured with locked rooms 3 times, in this very moment, we've actually gotten the culprit in checkmate. Yeah, I don't think that's the right answer, but sure, you do you. Who is us? Oh.
ジョージの兄貴、マリア、ローザおばさん、ゲンジさん、ゴーダさん、シャノンちゃんのことだぜ。どうだ？言えねえだろ。
Wait, that face you?
痛えとこ疲れただろ。拒否なら拒否と言いやがれ。次行くぜ。気象要求。
I don't know. Sorry. I don't know how they are hiding in this room, but if that's a fact, then this also resolves the second locked room, Jessica's room. At the same time, I finally caught her by the tail. With this, she has a tail. With this, I can explain everything, which just doesn't exist. I don't have to doubt anyone. Nah. Alright, starting now, I'll flip it over. Spin! The next thing I'll request she repeat is... She's going to say...
お前たち以外は存在しない。お前たちの定義とは、バトラ、ジョージ、マリア、ローザ、ゲンジ、ゴーダ、シャノンのことを指す。
Oof, emotional damage to Butler. Wait, you thought that would work? Like, come on.
ジェシカの部屋に話を戻す。ジェシカの死体発見時、ジェシカのバトラ、ジョージ、マリア、ローザ、ゲンジ、ゴーダ、シャノン、熊沢、南條のみだった。おっと、死体のジェシカももちろん
cool.
よってジェシカの部屋の件、そしてこの使用人室の件の両方について、そなたが認識していた以外の人間は存在しない。
Why? Oh, no, it's not possible. So sorry. I was thinking something else. But why is this not red? Is this like a translation like quirks, or is this intentional? Because I'm thinking something, right? Maybe Canons is the only one who died because he's the only one who got confirmed to be killed by the Red Truth. But actually, I don't think Beatrice said in Red Truth that these people actually died. So it is possible that they set the scene up using fake blood, like the one that they used to draw the magic circle, right? And that could make sense because Nanjo, for some reason, stops with the time of death estimation. So maybe no one died except Canon. So did he kill himself? Why? Why would he kill himself? Yet everybody else are just playing dead? I'm still a bit confused. I wonder if she'll confirm that everyone actually died.
誰も隠れていない。さらに言おう。扉は鍵を使用せずに外から施錠する方法は存在しない。
That explains a lot, like how the corpses move, because they didn't die.
窓については外からはいかなる方法でも施錠する方法は存在しない。ついでに言おう。そなたは無能だ。
Well, that's the truth. That's mean. How do you use that truth on a laugh? What?
バカ野郎。それじゃ本当に密室じゃねえかよ。
Nah.
せっかく思いついたのに。お前が隠れていたんなら全て説明がついたのに。
Where would she be hiding, Butler? Where would she be hiding that the servants doesn't know?
トリックを打ち破れたと思ったってのに。
Come on.
くそ。
Calm down. It's not good, not good, not good, not good. No goddamn good. ดับไม่ได้ดับไม่ได้แซ่ For a second, I thought I had it. It was no goddamn good at all. Beatrice, you evil. I thought you were all smoke and mirrors, playing word games that made clever use of red. I was certain you would just cleverly deceive me. Interesting. Maybe she doesn't do that. Just when I thought I seen a light in the dankness, it disappeared. It just disappeared, swallowed up by a bloodless sea. Uh-oh. Red. No one is hiding, and there's no hidden door, and no way to trick the doors or the windows while they're locked. Have you just proven that it's all impossible? Well, they're still the servants, so... And the fact that maybe they fake their death has the devil's proof been pulled off with a frontal attack? Impossible. This is impossible. My eyes!
どうしたのだ後ろ宮バトラー。魔女を否定する気で満々だったじゃない。そんなところで這いつくばって悔し涙を絞り出してどうしたんだ。ああ、それはとっても素敵な方法。わらわを笑い転げさせて笑い涙の海で溺れ殺してやろうというのは確かに素敵。
You're so mean!
実はそうなんだろう。わらわを笑って笑って笑い殺してやろうって手なんだろう。後ろ宮バトラー。
Oh my god!
何か魔法だ。魔女なんて絶対に否定してやる。お前なんて絶対に信じない。魔法の力でみんなを面白半分にいじめ殺してるなんて絶対に認めねえ。
なあバトラー。
Yeah, Jessica did not die for this. Kide-san didn't die for this. I refuse to believe.
いじめすぎて悪かった。わらわ側からチェス盤をひっくり返してやるぞ。お前に代わってお前側の最善手を教えてやるよ。聞きたい？
ふざけんな。聞きたくねえ聞きたくね
え。ジェシカの部屋の件。
Oh, tell me more.
そなたは実に良いところをついていたのだぞ。隠れてやり過ごそうとした。これは実にいい着眼だった。
Really? I don't think so.
だがなぜそれをカノンと19人目のわらわにしか考えなかった？そうか、隠れてやり過ごすの隠れてが邪魔だったから考えが至らなかったか。
So you think they hide in plain sight? Like they Wait. When you think Shannon and Genji was in the room, and Rosa and the cousins and Goda went in there, right? Oh, it fits. It's possible, right? Although, why do that when you have the master key? So, meh, I don't think so.
ほらもうわかるだろう
Like, if you have the master key, in the case of Shannon and Genji, you don't need to hide in the room because you can just lock it from the outside. So, you don't have to do something overly complicated.
ジェシカだよ
What?
ジェシカ
Oh, never mind. What? You think she off herself? If Jessica were the culprit, a farce like this could be easily constructed. She killed Kanon-kun and carried him off somewhere. Really? Why? Why would she do that? Then she played dead and let us walk by? Excuse me? Well, that's ridiculous. Then what about the second Twilight? I mean, the fourth Twilight, sorry. But that's... Wait, what happened to the Twilight? It doesn't follow the epitaph now. There was no gouge the head. Now it's like slash the throat. Slash the throat and kill. I'm so confused. And that's only you. Gouge the back and kill, I guess. Or maybe you are the one with gouge the chest, but we don't even see you, so we will never know. That's ridiculous. Dr. Nanjo had definitely checked that she was dead. So maybe this is a big prank, I guess. But Kanon got into an accident while trying to fake his death. That's why the late truth says that he died. Or, wait, what was the late truth? That he was killed, right? He was killed inside his heart. That doesn't make sense. So it's Dr. Nanjo an accomplice too? Yeah. That's wrong. I had also made sure that Jessica was really dead. Also, she is dead. Okay. Sure, I never performed an examination of a corpse before, but she was definitely dead. Did you try to find her heartbeat? I think she was dead. No, she probably, surely, definitely, at least I think so, but she has to be. No, she was dead. She was dead.
ジェシカもグルなのよそして検視をした南條もグル
Okay, at this point, it's more convenient to suspect the servants, right?
ならば第三の密室など茶番だろうが
Yeah, then it was simple. Dr. Nanjo was an accomplice, so in other words, he was on the culprit's side. So in other words, he was never killed in the first place. Maybe no one got killed except Kanon somehow. We thought he had been killed and the body had disappeared, but he wasn't in the servant room in the first place. There's nothing that clue me in on the fake death. Then is Kumasawa-chan, who disappeared with him, also an accomplice? That's not all. The servants who are going along with the story, Genji-san and Koda-san, and even Shannon-chan are accomplices. Then the one who stole the key from Mari's handbag was Jessica. No, it's also possible it was Georgie Aniki. It was a huge April Fool all along. No one died, except Kanon. Accidentally, I guess. After all, if Shano-chan was on the culprit side, then Georgie Aniki would automatically be on the culprit side as well. Not how that works. Maybe Georgie got duped? Wait a second, just wait a second. They are wolves! They are wolves! Not only am I drowning in an ocean of bright red blood, there are packs of wolves clamoring on the banks, whose blazing eyes tell me that if I crawl out, they'll eat me. Which way should I die? Will I have everything denied and drown in the bright red sea? Will I know the truth and have my whole body chewed to bits by the wolves? It's either one here or the other. I can't choose. Or hi. I don't know.
だからこそわらわがいる。さあ後ろ宮バトラー、ひざまずけ。
No.
そして永遠の忠誠を誓ってわらわの靴を舐めるがいい。わらわを認めればすべての謎に決着がつく。わらわの力をもってすればどのような密室も生み出せ、そして打ち破れる。
Waifu is multiplying. This is heaven?
バトラー、力ある者に屈服する喜びに身を委ねたくはない。
No, never.
そなたはわらわの一番のお気に入りの家具にしてやるよ。
No, we will not join the IKEA side.
そなたを愛して愛して灰になるまでわらわの玩具にしてやるよ。
Now that was disturbing. What is this? Oh, Batara, you can't give up now. Determination.
これではっきりしたわ。もう疑いようもない。
はと言いますと。
あなたたちが死んだという二人はここにいない。そしてベアトリーチェからの手紙があり、親切にも死体は持ち去ったと告白して、そういうことよ。もう茶番は飽き飽きしたわ。
Oh, he meant. As Auntie Losa yelled this, she looked over at everyone with a harsh expression.
茶番ってどういう意味ですか？
私はジェシカちゃんの部屋で言ったわ。信用できるのは自分自身と死体となって見つかった者以外いないってね。そして死体が見つからない以上、あの二人が殺されたことを認めるわけにはいかない。
I think this is time where you have to say, psych, it was all a prank.
待ってください、ローザおばさん。
No?
それはどういう意味ですか？
南條先生と熊沢さんは死んでないわ。生きている。
Well, I wouldn't know.
殺されたということにして、この屋敷のどこかに隠れているのよ。私たちを襲うためにね。
Yeah, two old people, for sure.
なんでそんなことがわかるんですか？ゴーダさんたちが嘘をついていると言うんですか？
Yeah.
ローザ様、このゴーダ、いえ、後ろ宮家使用人一同、誓ってそのようなことはいたしません。
You're lying.
あなたたちは南條先生たちは殺されたという。でも死体がない以上、それを信じるわけにはいかないわ。あなたたちが口裏を合わせてそういう嘘をついている可能性があるもの。あなたたちの無実を信じる方法はちゃんとあるわよ。南條先生と熊沢さんの遺体が見つかることよ。それが見つかったら私はあなたたちの話を聞いてみようという話にもなるわ。でも見つからない限りあなたたちは狼であることを否定できない。あんたも黄金に目がくらんであの魔女に買収されたんでしょう。
Interesting.
そんなに金が欲しい？そうなんでしょう。一生遊んで暮らしたいの？
Bro, I want to.
そんな人生に何の価値があるのよ。
ローザ様、私たちはそんな。
黙りなさい。そしてシャノン、それ以上近づかないで。10年も恩を受けながらそれを仇で返すなんて。容赦なく引き金を引くわよ。
Do it.
そんなのってひどすぎます。
ローザおばさん、それは暴言だ。この部屋で殺人が起こった。そして犯人が死体を持ち去った。彼女たちはそれを正直に申告しているだけだ。
No, don't believe her lies. Shannon had finally broken down in tears. She had sacrificed 10 years to the Ushinomiya family. She had sacrificed 10 of the most brilliant years of her life, and she had believed that she had built up a friendly relationship with Rosa as well. And this was how she was treated. You could kill a person without using a knife. It wasn't just Georgie Aniki. Even I could recognize that Shannon-chan had been stabbed deep into her heart as blood by the name of tears flowed
シャノ
out.
ンさん、下がって。ローザ様、確かにこのゴーダはお勤めして日も浅く、信用を勝ち得ていないのはわかります。しかし、せめてシャノンさんだけでも信じていただくわけには参りませんか。彼女は10年間も後ろ宮家に奉仕を捧げて参りました。
Were you blackmailed by Shannon? Interesting.
このゴーダを信じろとは申しません。せめてシャノンさんだけでも信じてやっていただくわけには参りませんか。
But I don't understand anymore. I don't understand. We can't seek an answer without suspecting them. That's it. Bit by bit, I'm starting to understand. It's because we seek an answer. That's why everything keeps getting stranger. We don't need an answer. These are strange murders committed with bizarre magic by the 19th person, the witch Beatrice, as she follows a creepy ritual. Isn't that good enough? I don't want to suspect anyone anymore. Shannon-chan and Koda-san were protesting the innocents half in tears. Genji-san quietly stopped that.
しなさい。ローザ様の言うことはもっともだ。死体を見つけない限り、南條先生と熊沢の無実は。
Right. By Rosa-san's argument, if the corpses could be found, then the innocence of at least those people could be proved. But only the people who were corpses. Even if they searched around the mansion and found the corpses, in the end their own innocence would not be proved. They had abducted Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san, killed them in other place, and locked the room with their own master keys. Unless the locked room could be broken by a method other than that one, it would be impossible to prove the innocence. But that could be done. They only have one chance to prove their innocence. That can only happen when they meet with the culprit, become corpses, and are reunited with Auntie Rosa. Oh, that's messed up. That's messed up. Innocent if they die, guilty as long as they live. Almost like a witch trial. Oh right, the enemy's a witch, so that makes it okay.
ローザ様、私たちは後ろ宮家にお仕えする家具です。私どもを信用されるもされないもまた、私どもの預かり知ることではありません。たとえどのようなご評価をいただこうとも、最後の時までお務めを続けるのみでございます。
あなたは本当に使用人の鏡ね。お父様が心を許すのもよくわかるわ。そんなあなたまで疑わなくてはならないなんて、本当に心苦しいわ。
Then he stuck his hand into his pocket and pulled out a master key. Then he set it on an adjacent table.
私は信頼の証としてこれを預かっていると信じています。それを失ったなら、これをお返しするのは当然かと思います。
それはいい判断ね。今日何度もあなたたちが疑われてきた最大の根拠は、それを手放せば疑いが晴らせるのではないかというのは、まあ悪いことじゃないと思うわ。
二人とも。
Genji-san looked at Koda-san and Shannon-chan. Yeah, but with always, so I guess the master key are all here, right? Because The culprit returned using the envelope. The two of them nodded and set their own master keys onto the table, and Hirosa laid the two master keys that had come from the envelope on top. With that, all 5 master keys were gathered in this place. In other words, this was proof that all of the 7 services until today had been negated, and even the final honor that they should have been permitted had been stripped from them.
マリア、その手提げを貸しなさい。
Oh, for God's sake! What? And then someone picked her pocket? As Hirosa snatched Maria's handbag, tossed all the master keys in there noisily, then lifted one out and held it up for all to see. She was announcing that she had all of the master keys.
これで満足かい。ローザおばさん、これでマスターキーはローザおばさんが持つものだけだ。
Rosa did nothing wrong.
これで満足なんだろう。
Shut up, Georgie.
ええ、満足よ。たとえ全員が信用できなくても、私は私自身だけを信用することができる。その私が銃とマスターキーを独占できた。
Okay, why would you have to announce this in like a gloating or victory sort of way?
これで私はもう誰も疑わずに済むの。あなたたちも嬉しいでしょ？これでもう疑われずに済む。
Are you okay? Disgusting. Keep her away from me. Shoot her. Then Maria, who had looked like a spectator off by herself, sneered at her mother until Rosa reacted nervously to the laugh and turned around.
鍵なんか関係ないよ。ベアトリーチェは魔法で扉を開けられる。
Well, let's say she do that.
鍵なんていらない。そんなもの誰が持っていたって持っていなくたって関係ないんだよ。
その笑い方をやめなさいっていつも言ってるでしょ。なーに、バトラ君。
I had just cut between the two of them. No, that's not it. I was on my knees and hugging Maria's head. I was crying. What? What, is Maria like a
よしてくれよ。
direct hotline to Beatrice?
マリアが正しかったんだ。
何を言っているの？
マリア、疑って悪かった。信じなくて悪かった。
No, 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 no!
バトラ、
I am disappointed in you.
全部魔女の仕業だったんだ。魔女の仕業だったんだよ。
Is this the extent of your determination?
トリックとかミスとかどうでもよかったんだ。ただベアトリーチェっていう魔女が実在して本当に魔女だっただけなんだ。それも俺は信じなかったからこんなにも苦しくて悲しくて。
バトラはベアトリーチェを信じてくれる？
ああ、信じる。ベアトリーチェはいるんだ。そして不思議な魔法を使う魔女なんだ。
バトラ、
Maria let go of my hand, and she was the one holding my
それ
head.
でいいんだよ。バトラ、ベアトリーチェはいたの。バトラがなかなかそれを信じられなかったから魔女はいるの。いる。もうすぐ来る。バトラはベアトを信じてくれたからきっと黄金鏡へ招かれるよ。もうすぐだから。もう何も怖くない。怖くないよ。マリアと一緒にお手手をつないでずっと一緒にいよう。一緒に非分の謎を考えよう。ベアトの問題を考えよう。ベアトは最初から言ってるよ。この問題を解いて遊ぼうとしか言ってないよ。
ああ、そうだったんだ。
Why does solving epitaph important to the culprit?
犯人探しなんて 全くの時間の無駄だったんだ。俺たちはただ魔女を信じればよかった。
After softly brushing my cheek as my tears kept dripping down, Maria kissed my forehead as soft as a feather. For just that instant, Maria's smile, which I had once thought was creepy, looked like an angel. A devil wearing an angel's mask is still a devil.
マスターキーはお返ししましたが、私どもの後ろ宮家への忠誠は変わりません。100前は以後、お許しがない限り立ち入りません。どうかローザ様も、客間を内側より施錠なさってください。
And then we live happily ever after.
本当に殊勝な人ね。台風が過ぎ去って、この島に再び海猫の鳴き声が戻ってきたなら、私たちは再び互いを信頼し合えるのかしら。
もし再びの信頼を賜えるのでしたら、これに勝る喜びはありません。
そうね、私たちは必ず分かり合えるわ。海猫の鳴く頃に。
She said the thing. Low credits. Credits.
この部屋は警察が来るまでこのままにした方が良いでしょう。ローザ様、施錠をお願いいたします。私たちは厨房へ戻ります。何かございましたらいつでもご用命ください。
ありがとう。あなたが狼だったなら、なんてシャーシャーとのたまうのか。
True.
そしてあなたが羊だったなら、あなたを狼の檻に放り出して。ごめん。
家具は家に運命を委ねます。命を落とすことになろうとも。それによってローザ様の信頼を再び勝ち取れるならば、それはとても光栄なことです。
できることならば、あなたたちが台風が過ぎ去るまで元気でいることを願っています。これはすべて台風が奏でる暴風と降雨の競争曲。演奏が終われば幕が下り、私たちは再び手を取り合えるに違いない。
Why is her like emotion like all over the place? She's like, "Wahaha, the keys are mine," and then now it's like Bishop Glass hands again. She's insane.
泣く頃に。
Atido-san nodded in response. Genji-san turned on his heels. He left the servant room. Goda-san's face was still streaked with tears, but as he had listened to Genji-san's words, maybe he had managed to sort out his heart. Maybe he's crying because he's got blackmailed by Shannon. His face had been truly shameful, but it had returned to the face of the Goda-san we knew well.
私も厨房に控えております。何かございましたらいつでもご用命ください。温かい食事をお望みでしたらいつでもこの号だ。
ありがとう。あなたには明日の朝食を頼みたいわ。明日の昼前には船も来るでしょう。今までありがとう。六軒島で唯一の楽しみがあなたの食事だったわ。
かしこまりました。この号だ。最高の朝食を用意いたします。どうか明日の朝を楽しみにしてください。
ありがとう。シャノンちゃんも明日の朝に美味しいコーヒーを飲みながら仲直りをしましょう。ジョージ君。
僕も彼らと一緒に行く。
Go. Go.
いいんです。庄司様、どうか客間にお戻りになってください。もうマスターキーは他にありません。だからローザ様とご一緒に客間にいれば誰にも脅かされません。
そうね、そういうことになってる。客間に私と一緒にいるのが客観的に考えて一番安全だと思うわ。でも無理に一緒にいろとは言わない。ジョージ君はジョージ君の安全だと思う場所にいればいい。ジョージ君ももう大人だものね。
Yeah, let he do what he wants, even if it's not smart.
明日の朝までどこで誰と過ごそうと自由だもの。
そうさ、僕は僕の判断で 誰と夜を過ごすか決める。
兄貴。
バトラ君はローザおばさんと客間にいるんだ。きっとそれが一番安全なんだ。客間の外はそれに比べたら安全ではないと思う。
Try not to die.
ならそんな場所にいる彼女を僕は一人にしておけない。
俺は決してシャノンちゃんや他の使用人を、いや誰かを疑ってるわけじゃないんだ。誰も疑いたくないんだ。兄さん、黄金、そんなのくだらねえじゃねえかよ。そんなので殺し合いなんてあるわけねえじゃねえかよ。
Yeah, for sure.
バトラ君の心が
Yeah, I
美
don't
しい
think
こ
that's
と
the
は
case.
僕が一番知っている。誰も君を責めない。誰も。
兄貴。
大丈夫。バトラはマリアが守る。
What can you do?
マリアと一緒ならベアトリーチェでも手出しできない。
For sure.
だってマリアはちっちゃくても魔女だもの。
You can't even get your magic story straight in the episode 1.
マリアちゃん、バトラー君をよろしく。さあ、シャノン、行こう。
はい、ローザ様。それでは失礼させていただきます。ご用命がございましたらいつでもお呼びつけください。
さっきはひどいことを言ってごめんなさいね。明日の朝まで許さなくてもいい。でも明日の朝になったらもう一度謝らせて。
はい、ありがとうございます。
Georgie, Aniki, and Shannon-chan left the servant room together. Now only Maria, Auntie Rosa, and I were left in this disgusting, blood-stained room until Georgie-san disappeared, until Koro-san disappeared, until Georgie, Aniki, and Shannon-chan disappeared. We stood there in a daze after their presence and their footsteps had disappeared completely. Auntie Rosa giggled at them as though she had just remembered something pleasant. Uh-oh. She's going to become lady.
何も信用できないわよ。
To be fair, she's right. She's not wrong.
家具どもが。
Ooh, you called them furniture? That one sentence made me shock.
なんでそんなことを言うんだよ。
Do you have to say that? You don't need to say that, yet you say that.
マスターキーは5つで全部。そんなの誰が信じるの？
Yeah, that's fair. You know
どう
what,
せ
that's
複製
fair.
の鍵があるに決まってるのよ。彼らの懐から鍵を出したくらいで信用なんかできるものか。
そりゃあねえぜ。その鍵を置いたってのはよ、単に鍵を手放したってだけじゃねえ。あんた彼らの今日までの苦労を全て台無しにして怪我して踏みつけて、その挙句としてその鍵を手放させたんだぜ。その捨て台詞はなんだよ。ここまでして見せてなおまだ信用できないってのかよ。
Nope. Nope. Nope.
あんまりだぜ、あんまりだぜ、そんなのって。
悪魔の証明なのにマスターキーは全部で5つ。そんなこと証明不能なのよ。マスターキーが5つあることはここに置けば示せる。でも5つ以上存在しないことは証明できない。そんなことは悪魔か魔女にしか証明できないのよ。
もうやめてくれ、もうやめて。
It's just one episode, Batola. What do you
頼
mean?
むよベアトリーチェ、今すぐ現れてくれ。そしてローザおばさんに赤でマスターキーは5本しかないって言ってやってくれ。頼むよ、5丁だよ。悪魔にしか証明できないんだよ。魔女のお前なら証明できるんだよ。頼むからベアト、ここに現れてローザおばさんにマスターキーはそれで全部だから、もうみんなを疑わなくていいんだって。
マスターキーは5本しかない。 マスターキーは5本しかない。
Bloody troll.
これはどうしたことか。わらわがいくら口にしてもローザに届かぬ。
Yeah, maybe because you don't exist.
どうやらわらわの存在を否定しているやつがまだいるから聞こえないみたいだな。後ろ宮バートラー。
認める。
No.
認めるよ。お前はいる確かにいる。だから5章だよ。もうやめて。
言葉だけでは届かぬぞ。態度で示せ。
Oh, wait, is it ending? Because isn't this like a ending music?
わらわの家具になると心から誓え。できるか。服を脱げ。裸になるんだよ。そして両手をついて地に這え。
No.
着衣は霊長にのみ認められた証だ。貴様は今から家具になるんだよ。だからその資格を失う当然のこと。
What then? Why aren't Canon, Genji, and Shannon naked then? Not that I want them to, but just that she's saying that.
そしてひざまずけよ。わらわの靴に舌を這わせろ。
Disgusting.
できるか。できるんだよな。そうしたら現れてやるよ。赤で言ってやる。マスターキーは5本しかないってローザに言ってやるよ。
She's a sadist, isn't she?
ああ、でも分かってる。誇り高きお前がプライドを捨てられるわけがない。それでもいいんだよ。十分なんだよ。ちょっとグラーってきただろ。
The voice acting.
靴を舐めてもいいかって一瞬思っただろ。
Yeah, I'm sure that there are many people that will be happy.
すぐにそれを否定して自分を恥じただろう。その表情が見れるだけで最高に素敵な気分なんだよ。
Good God.
ざまあねえ顔だよ。鏡で見てみろよ。裸になって靴を舐めてる最低なお前が映ってるぜ。見えるかよ。後ろ。
Oops, sorry. God damn it. Is this the end? No. Okay. 6 p.m. Rating resistance. So he broke?
信じられない。それが真相だというのかい。
はい、私たちは見たままのことをお話ししています。
Now is when you're going to explain everything. Georgie folded his arms and started humming again. And the kitchen was once again absorbed by long silence.
ジョージ様がにわかには信じられない気持ちも私はよくわかります。何しろこの目で確かに見たはずの私ですらあれが何だったのかわからなくなる。私は確かに見た。そして取っ組み合いまでしたはずなんです。なのにあれが全部幻だったような気すらする。
Because it is.
なるほどね。あのローザおばさんに詳しく話せないわけだ。今の話を本当にしてたらもっと面倒なトラブルになっていただろうね。なるほど。源氏さんが随分冷静な対応をしていたのが分かりました。
私にそれを説明するだけの力があればよかったのですが。
Georgie had not actually seen it, so even when pressed to believe, he just couldn't imagine it. It was only natural, because even the people who had actually seen it had ended up questioning themselves as to what it was.
話を少し巻き戻すよ。シャノンはカノン君が偽物かもしれないと思った時、クモの巣を取ってきたと言ったね。どうしてそんなことを？
そうだ、 それは私も思っていました。どうしてクモの巣だったんです？
前に熊沢さんに聞いたことがあるんです。大昔の六軒島には悪霊が住んでいて、その雲の巣を恐れたって。それで雲の巣を魔除けと尊んで大切にしたという昔話があるんだそうです。それでそのとっさに。
Batara should maybe next episode Batara should distribute the spiderwebs to everyone.
私も少し混乱していたんだと思います。
そんな話が。熊沢はそういう昔話に詳しかったな。
雲は液中ですからね。確かにそういう信仰があってもおかしくないかもしれない。
きっとその悪霊の力をあの鳥居の祠が封じ込めてたんだと思います。
Okay, now you're going to the Kukulan again.
そして、
Okay.
霊境が割られたのでその力が蘇ってベアトリーチェ様を蘇らせる力となってしまったに違いないのです。私が、心の弱かった私があんな大それたことをしなければ。
シャノン、その話はもうしなくても大丈夫だよ。
So is Shannon the murderer of this story? We'll see.
僕は君を責めたりなんかしない。
Since long ago, Shannon had often hinted at a certain occult aspect regarding how she had met Georgie. While she did lend an ear to her tales, Georgie had always thought that this was typical of a girl, associating love with fate, chance, and miracles. Georgie had thought that breaking the spirit mirror offered to the Tori shrine was going a little too far. But he had forgiven her, laughing it off as just a little prank she had done because she had seriously desired a relationship with him. Just breaking a mirror in some musty shrine wouldn't change the fate of our meeting, and that would never cause any curse. I remember cheering her up, saying it was only a musty mirror covered in dust.
ベアトリーチェ様という霊のような存在がいるという話はこの島に勤めるようになってからたくさん。最初はバカバカしいと思っていましたが、それを批判するとなんだか不謹慎そうな空気があったもので、私も表向きは信じているように振る舞っていきました。しかしまさか本当に。
いたんです。ベアトリーチェ様はずっとこのお屋敷におられたんです。でもベアトリーチェ様は力を失っておられて、私たちの前に姿を現すことができなかったんです。
That's a lie, and she showed up in front of you.
ずっといた。私たちが見えなかっただけなんです。
源氏さんの意見を聞きたいです。
私には何も意見はありません。一つだけ申し上げたいのは、私たちはあの時ここに5人いた。そしてカノンが勝手口から帰ってきたと思った。そして使用人室に運び、何かが起こって南條先生と熊沢が帰らぬ人となってしまった。それだけです。私たちは見たものをすでに全て説明しました。それを見ていないジョージ様に信じろというのはとても無理な話だと理解しています。
信じられるわけがない。あれは間違いなくカノンさんだと思った。でもあいつがベッドから起き上がって、そうこんな風にしながら胸の傷をまさぐり始めた時、
Oh wow, they feed you the script so accurately.
こいつはカノンさんじゃない、誰か別の存在なんだと直感しました。
Gary Goda, I was so disappointed in you.
ジョージ様にはわからないでしょう。よく知っていると思っていた人物が実は別人であることをさらけ出した瞬間の恐ろしさというものは説明できない。
How much gold did they give you, Goda?
とても説明できるわけがない。
わかるよ。ゴーダさんが それほどまでにショックを受けるどんな恐ろしいことがあったのか。
ありがとうございます、ジョージ様。
And they all went silent again. No matter how many times she was consoled, Shannon kept on crying, weeping, that listening to the sweet whispers and breaking the spirit mirror on that day had been where this had all gone wrong.
君に囁いたという魔女は、その鏡があると力を失うんだね。
少し説明してくれた気がしますが、よく覚えていません。
Why would she tell you her weakness?
あの鏡があると力が出せないというようなことを言っていたと思います。
Damn, should have went to IKEA and buy all the mirrors.
君が割ったというその鏡はどうしたの？
覚えていません。多分割ったまま立ち去りましたから、そのままそこに残ってたでしょう。
ということは、岩礁が雷で撃たれて消えたとかいう時に海の底か。まあ拾って接着剤で貼り付けたところでご利益は戻らないだろうけどね。
Well, we can try super glue.
私は本当になんてことを。
ごめん、失言したよ。
He didn't know whether Shannon breaking the mirror had really been what had started everything off. The servants didn't go so far as to blame Shannon, but it seemed that they believed that it had been the trigger. But even now, there was no way Georgie could believe that much. Even if she was told a story about witches and evil spirits, it just sounded fake to him. Even so, he listened seriously to Shannon's story, trying to find a hint that might relieve at least a little of the pain in her heart.
そういえば、その鳥居にあったものとは違うでしょうが、奥様がお守りとして霊鏡をお持ちになっていると聞いたことがあります。
Let me guess, you guys are going to split up to get the mirror, then you die. Am I close? And then Georgie, scene, would finally see magic. And then I'll guess further that Butler will never even see a single golden butterflies. Like, you see how that doesn't make sense? Like, why not just show the golden butterflies in front of Butler?
夏日おばさんが？
はい、おじい様の形見分けか何かでもらったものだそうで、とても強い魔除けの力を持つ由緒正しい。
Why is there a question mark? Historically rich?
霊鏡だとかなんとか。
Did the translator like peace out during this sentence? What's going on?
同じ話は私も聞いたことがある。
はい、おじい様の形見分けか何かでもらったものだそうで、とても強い魔除けの力を持つ由緒正しい霊鏡だとかなんとか。はい、おじい様の形見分けか何かでもらったものだそうで、とても強い魔除けの力を持つ由緒正しい霊鏡だとかなんとか。
I don't recognize that word, so I'll never know.
鏡は良くないものを反射して弾き返す力があるのだとか。
My eyes!
その霊鏡があれば魔女のベアトリーチェに対抗できるかな。
You too? When Georgie proposed this, the servants looked up.
祀っていた鳥居と祠はもうないかもしれないけれど、霊鏡がもう一枚あるのは重要なことだよ。夏日おばさんの実家は神職にも通じていると聞いたことがある。
Oh, how convenient.
それは本当に単なる鏡ではないかもしれない。
確か奥様は宝物箱に入れて大事にしまっている。
It would be nice if she would be nice if she has a talisman too.
そんなに大きいものではないのかもしれません。
大きさの問題ではなかったと思います。私が割った鏡も一見大したことのない。
相手がオカルトならこちらもオカルトの手段で対抗するしかない。
Really? I am so disappointed in you.
ただこうして座っていても何も解決しない単なる気休めだとしてもやってみる価値はあるよ。
Of course, this didn't mean that Georgie had accepted the witch. However, he thought it would be necessary to have some kind of purification ceremony to heal the wounds in Shannon's heart. Just do that later after escaping. So this story about Nasahi's spirit miller was just what the doctor ordered. Oh, for God's sake! So it was Shannon, right? So now it's Shannon manufacturing an excuse to split up. Cool. Really cool.
行こう。魔女をやっつけようなんて大それたことは言わないよ。でも魔女から身を守る魔除けがあってもいいと思う。前にマリアちゃんに聞いたんだけど、おじい様の部屋の扉は強力な魔除けが施されているんでしょ。さすがおじい様だね。オカルトに対する防御も十分だったわけだ。
Oh yeah, how is he? Kinso.
行こう。夏日おばさんの部屋へ。
Let's go.
しかし奥様の部屋には鍵がかかっていると思います。
No, we're just forced our way in.
マスターキーはローザ様にお返ししてしまいましたし、キーボックスのある使用人室も施錠されてしまいましたし。
ならばその鍵は夏日おばさんが持ち歩いているはず。
You going back to the shop here? But I thought it's locked.
礼拝堂にはまだ夏日おばさんの遺体があるはずだ。
I thought it's locked.
警察が来る前に勝手にいじってしまうのは悪いことだけれど、それについてはちゃんと説明しよう。
Explain what? Did you get the key just to grab a miller? Who? That's not a good reason.
しかし礼拝堂の入り口も鍵がかけられております。
Oh, but you can break the chapel like window, right?
ゴーダさんの腕力じゃガラス1枚割れないのかい？その辺の石で叩き割ればいい。
大切な礼拝堂の窓を破ってしまってもよろしいのでしょうか。
Yeah, we should go ask Kinso's permission
お
first.
じい様に怒られるときは僕が責任を持つよ。僕はもともと今日後ろ宮家の全員と戦うつもりでいた。
About love.
君との婚約を許してもらうためにね。だから元よりその覚悟はある。ガラスを割ろう。そして夏日おばさんの遺体から鍵を借りよ
It seemed that George's claim. They are not going to tell me that one of those 6 people have the key to parlor room or other rooms as well, right? That'll be something. It seemed that George's claim that he would take responsibility had given the servants a great amount of courage. Shannon and Goda glanced at each other and then looked at George's face
う。オカルトに
again.
詳しいおじい様だもの。夏日おばさんの霊境の力だってきっと理解してくれる。大丈夫。怒られたりなんかしない。
Wait, why don't you just borrow something from Kinso's room?
奥様の鏡で本当にベアトリーチェ様をもう一度封じることができるでしょうか。
わからない。
Are we going full fantasy now? What's going on?
でも試す価値はあると思う。なら行こう。表はどんどん暗くなっちゃうよ。急ごう。シャノンは懐中電灯を、ゴーダさんはガラスを割れそうな道具を、ゲンジさんはすみません、傘の用意をお願いします。
はい。
The servants who had been rejected by Losa started to move once again, having gained a new master. Georgie, who was normally calm and gentle, was now exuding a commanding presence. Shannon checked the emergency flashlight, just in case. She changed the batteries. Goda was examining several heavy-looking cooking tools. Normally, a self-respecting chef like himself wouldn't want to use them for anything other than the intended purpose. But now he was frantic to fulfill the orders of the one who accepted as his master. Although there's a possibility that this entire scene was a lie. So, after some deliberation, he took a large, weighty frying pan. Nice. Genji removed several umbrellas from the umbrella stand set in the corner near the back door of the kitchen. He took 3 of them.
私はご一緒できません。
Why?
ご用命の時に全員がいないようなことがあっては後ろ宮家使用人頭として恥ずかしいことです。
What are you going to do?
そんな源氏さん、今のこの屋敷で一人でいることがどれだけ危険かあなたもわかるでしょう。
私はいけぬ。親方様からいつお呼び出しがあってもいいように。
源氏様。
言ってジョージ様にお仕えするよう。
So you're gonna die, I guess.
くれぐれも粗相のないように。ゴーダ、手本となるよう。よ
は、お任せください。
必ずやお役目を果たします。
My duty is to kill all of them.
本当にいいんですね、源氏さん。
はい、私はもうこの年です。今日までの人生はすべて親方様に受けたご恩をお返しするための日々でした。このような老いぼれがどうなろうと、すべてはルーレットの飯。私はどのような結果が出るのかをここに座って見届けたいと思います。
Oh, sorry. That's wow. I don't know. I spaced out there for some reason. Esther was saying that he didn't intend to discuss this anymore. His gaze fell to the chessboard that he had played on with Nanjo. When Georgie saw this, he decided to leave Genji there.
行こう、みんな。今は少し風もおとなしいみたいだ。
Georgie took an umbrella and dashed out into the hallway, and Shannon and Goda chased after him, each holding a tool. Okay, interesting. I thought it's going to end because Batara, like, sort of surrender. After they flew out of the room, Genji quietly extended his hand to the side of the chessboard. He softly pulled something that was there towards himself and hid it by covering it with his palm. Genji killed his breathing even more than before. As he did, something flashed gold. From inside an ice pail set on the counter, a small gold butterfly appeared softly and silently. It's a spy! It was almost as though it had watched Georgie and the rest leave and was trying to secretly follow them. Oh! It happened in an instant. The gold butterfly, elegantly flapping its wings, was pinned against the wall by the knife Genji had thrown, just like a butterfly in the back collection. Okay, so this one is a unreliable scene as well. I don't know if it's the entire scene, but After the gold butterfly beat its wings several times, looking like it was in pain, it accepted the fact that it couldn't break free, become fine gold powder and smoke, and disappeared as though dissolving into water. My eyes! Genji's gaze was still lowered at the chessboard, as though nothing had happened. Maybe he would think up a brilliant move very soon, but no matter what move he made, his opponent would not be able to respond for all eternity. Oh, it's about Nanjo. What a shame. Even though he knew that, Genji searched for a brilliant move. It must have been the perfect way to kill time during the short period before some fate would be given to him. He didn't know what result that roulette would bring about, but the decision would be made very soon. No one could interfere with the tumbling roulette ball. The door to the parlor was not only locked, but blocked with a barricade made of sofas and the like. So Auntie Rosa seemed to suspect that if a suspicious person appeared, it would be by breaking the window. Sitting on a one-person sofa, her back to the door, she continued to hold onto her one gun. I didn't know what was what anymore, and so my body and mind won out. I was just playing with Maria however she wanted. In Maria's words, Beatrice was testing us to see whether we could solve the epitaph of the goat, so we had to challenge this leader. In the beginning, I had been a little interested and had tried to solve it, but I didn't have a clue what those weird paragraphs even meant in the first place. Also, I find it strange that they killed the adults. Well, they killed anyone, actually, for the purpose of solving the epitaph, because if I'm right, and the way to solve the epitaph is outside the mansion, then killing people means that the survivors will hold up in one room and one room only. So that's a setback to solving the epitaph, right? So that doesn't make sense. I didn't doubt that there was some leader hidden there, but I couldn't imagine that I would solve it by chance. In the middle part of the epitaph, there were lines saying to journey to the Golden Land over the course of the 1st to the 10th twilight. On the 1st twilight, sacrifice the 6 chosen by the key. 2nd twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. It was obvious that this hinted at the first 6 murders that had already occurred in the chapel, and Jessica and Canon Kun's murders. If this was being followed, we would have to be prepared for yet 5 more people to be killed. On the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the 5th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Where's the gouge the back and kill? The bodies of Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-Bajan had been found. However, if we reasonably assume that they were the sacrifices of the 4th and 5th twilights, they would surely be found in a pitiful state, with the head and chest gouged. In which case, could we expect that 3 more people be gouged? Will be gouged in the stomach, knee and leg and be killed? Who would that be? Oh. With Shannon? Nah, Shannon would probably fake her own death. I looked around the room, noticing that there were 3 people here, but how should I say it? My emotions seems paralyzed. Strangely, I didn't find it terrifying. Maria noticed me, with my upper body entrusted to the sofa, gazing lazily up at the ceiling. Apparently, she felt I was slacking off in my little solving. She got mad at me and told me I wasn't being serious enough.
ベアトリーチェは確かこれを解いたらどうするって言ってたんだっけ
Was sure that the witch had written in her letter that she would give up on collecting the interest or something abstract like that. I was optimistically taking that to mean that she would give up on killing the whole family. But was it really written with that meaning? I didn't really feel that solving this leader would actually save us. I thought that even if we did solve it, that would be doing just what the culprit wanted us to, and it would all be a wasted effort.
そんなことはない。この碑文が解けたら、ベアとの儀式はおしまいになる。
How would you know?
だからもうそれ以上誰も死ななくなる。
本当にか？そういうルールを奴が提示してるだけだろ。この謎を解けば、多分じい様の隠し黄金のありかがわかるんだろ。奴はきっとそれを狙って。
おお、狙わないよ。
なんでそう断言できるんだよ。
黄金は最初からベアとのものだもん。自分のものを狙ったりなんかしない。
That's true.
じゃあどうしてベアとは俺たちにこんな大ヒントを授けてくれたんだ？というか、どうしてこんなゲームじみたことを仕掛けてきたんだ？
にはリスクが必要なの。
リスク？よく意味がわかんねえな。
例えばマラソン。完走すれば誰でももらえるメダルと、一番になった人しかもらえないメダルって同じ価値だと思う？
Is that the same?
思わねえぜ。つまりなんだよ。結局、奴は遊んでるってことなのか？わざとこっちにチャンスを与えるようなことを
違う。それがね、魔法というものなの。どんな大きな魔法にも絶対にリスクや弱点があるの。ないといけないの。
Well, you haven't seen the extensions arts from Tales of Destiny.
魔法って言われるとピンとこねえが、ギャンブルだって考えれば少しは理解できるな。でかく失う覚悟がなきゃ、でかくは勝てない。
Here, what will this culprit wins by gambling? This.
そして、勝ち目の薄いギャンブルであればあるほど、配当はでかくなる。
その通りだよ。だからベアとは儀式のリスクをちゃんとみんなに説明したの。だからこの謎を解けばちゃんと儀式は中断される。だってそれを約束違反したらリスクにならない。
So if we take this in face value, the solving the epitaph has a direct correlation with the killings. But why? I feel like it's not for money, but why?
これを解けば、奴は本当に約束を守るのか？
花は枯れるのにどうして美しいの？造花は見分けがつかないほど精巧でもどうして美しくないの？
What you mean? It's beautiful if you can't tell the difference.
人間は死を賭すから奇跡が起こせる。不死の人間がいたとしてその人物に何の奇跡も起こせる道理はない。私たちも人生も魔女も儀式も、私たちはリスクを負わなければ何も成し遂げられないの。
謎が解けたらどうするんだ？ピンポーンって鳴らして挙手して回答を魔女に伝えて答え合わせをするのか？
I feel like that's part of the puzzle. Do you think?
それは知らない。でも解けばきっと自動的に儀式は終わる。
マリアは詳しいな。そいつはみんなベアトリーチェに習ったのか？
So, if you don't bear a risk, nothing can be gained. That is doubtlessly the way of the world, but it was in conflict with the chessboard theory style of thinking that I liked. A move in chess is always a search for the best play that minimizes the risk and promises an advantageous turn of events. You don't trust your plays to chance like in gambling. That's right, there's no room for gambling in an intellectual game. There is. And yet this person called Beatrice was carrying out such an outrageous crime, or maybe a leader, while purposefully imposing conditions for her own loss and announcing them to us. In chess, you always play the best move. So by standing in your opponent's position, you can predict the next move. Yeah, but in chess, you know your victory and defeat condition, right? Like both sides. So this feels like this culprit or quote-unquote Beatrice is trying to level the playing field, I guess, because a victory condition would be not dying, right, for the survivors, and defeat is dead. So although we can say that the victory condition is to catch the culprit as well, so to balance it out, they choose the epitaph solving, I guess. However, you couldn't say for sure that Beatrice's moves were always the best moves. I thought she was probably making us focus on the epitaph as a smokescreen to mislead us about something. But Maria said that of all things was impossible. She said that this was a genuine risk that the witch had taken, and therefore proof that this was a form of magical ritual. I can't understand this witch called Beatrice. She must be committing this chain of murders with some goal in mind, or she's insane. So why would she deliberately expose the conditions for her own defeat? She lacked fairness. Fight me like a man. No matter how I flip over the chessboard and think about my opponent's perspective, I can't understand why she would give up if this leader was solved. Yeah, that's a problem too. Well, that's part of the puzzle, I suppose. Isn't it almost as though Beatrice doesn't care whether she wins or loses? It's natural the chessboard reasoning wouldn't work if you played chess against an opponent like this. I don't understand. What is Beatrice after thus making her commit this crime? If she just wants to massacre us all, she could just do it secretly without this whole crazy setup. There was no need for that scrupulous advance notice, dramatic suggestions of locked rooms, or anything. Maybe she's writing her own light novel, mystery novel. Who knows? And she needs a legitimate, realistic source. It's all over dramatized. Maybe it's on TV. Are we on TV? I don't get the point at all. As long as I continue to think of Beatrice as a greedy human culprit, will I be unable to understand anything? Yeah, I guess so. If I don't accept her as a witch, will I be unable to even set the pieces on the chessboard at all? If she really is a witch and everything Maria has said is true, there's only one thing we should have been doing. We shouldn't have bothered with any of the reasoning or the discord or the searching for the culprit. We should have all gathered in the dining hall and put our knowledge to solve the leader. If we had put the knowledge of that many people, maybe we would have been able to at least grasp a thread of the answer. We greedy humans, deciding to gain something more than one another, never put our knowledge. I thought it was about survival, and were being offered up as sacrifices one by one. In the end, were we humans getting what we deserved? We thought we were thinking, but we were actually thinking only of our greedy selves. In the end, chessboard theory is a technique of thinking where you project yourself on your opponent. So greedy people look inside their opponents and see their greedy selves. I looked vaguely at Auntie Losa. She was probably tired from being under all this tension the whole time. She wasn't sleeping, but she was continually staring vaguely at some point off in space. Auntie Losa had proclaimed that she couldn't trust anyone who had not been killed. Auntie Losa's chessboard thinking saw herself inside her opponent. In other words, Auntie Losa might be an isolated woman, unable to trust anyone and unable to let her guard down. Long ago, I think I heard a bit about it from my dad. Auntie Losa had originally been a very obedient child, but because her age was so far separated from her other siblings, and because her confrontational siblings had often made conflicting demands of her, she had been going through psychological hardship ever since she was young. Apparently, when she had taken the side of one sibling, often another gave her a hard time for it. Certainly, Auntie Losa has said many things today that could be taken and as abusive language. Yeah, poor Losa. She did nothing wrong, but those were words that had been engraved into her vocabulary because they had been showered upon her as well. The many abusive words that she had spoken were also the same abuse that Auntie Losa had been showered with in the past. Now that I think about it, I have the feeling that her style of speech today has had occasional traces of Uncle Klaus and Auntie Eva in it. Really, I don't feel that, but maybe. I would just assume the similarity came from being siblings, but maybe that wasn't the case. For the first time, I was able to sympathize from my heart with Auntie Losa, who I had come to think of as being only gentle. Then what about Maria? She's insane. Maria had been claiming something for a while. If we could solve the riddle that the witch had presented to us, the ritual would be halted, and we would definitely be saved. And I think she also said that Beatrice would never break a promise she made. So that describes Maria herself. She's the one with the most innocent heart who would never break a promise. Oh, that's a nice assessment. So she believed that Beatrice wouldn't break a promise either. She could believe that. But wasn't that just an image of Beatrice that Maria imagined? There's no proof that the real Beatrice definitely keeps her promises, right?
わらわは約束は守る。
Oh, okay.
気分の謎を解けば黄金鏡へ至ることができるだろう。
So you really want them to solve the riddle?
さすれば儀式は終わる。
Or you want to kill people? Well, one of those.
それ以上誰も死にはせぬ。
お前みたいな外道の極みがルールを遵守するってのかよ。
わらわが残忍で卑劣で外道であることを否定はせぬ。だがわらわは魔女だ。魔法を使う。魔法を使うには守らねばならぬルールがある。
Interesting. Don't know what that means.
わらわは魔女だからこそそれをないがしろにできぬのだ。それだけは信じるがよい。
これだけめちゃくちゃやってきて、それでもルールだけは信じろってのかよ。
わらわはたぶらかしはする。もちろん人も騙す。人間と変わらぬ。だが約束として口にしたことを保護にしたことは一度もない。人間はどうか約束を必ず守るのか。
約束を守ろうなんてキャッチフレーズがある以上、ちゃんと履行されてるかどうかは疑わしいな。
わらわから見れば人間の方がよっぽど利己的で下道な存在よ。
Was she looking like sad, like melancholic? I thought she would make fun of the humans, right? Because maybe like, hahaha, humans so low, they never keep their promise or something. But okay, now she's looks sad somehow.
人間の約束ほど疑わしいものはない。わらわも時に人間と契約するが、くだらない願い一つ叶えるのに、どれほど厳重に取り決めをするか想像もつくまい。少しでも隙があると、連中はすぐに、叶える願いの数を100に増やせとか、小さな豆粒に変身してみろとか言い出す。
Oh, she knew.
親父によく言われたぜ。契約書ほど怖えもんはねえって。よく読まずにハンコを押すやつは、骨の髄まで喋られて当然だって言ってたぞ。悪徳で荒稼ぎしてやがったんだな。
察しろ。人は生まれながらに詐欺を知りはせぬ。どこかで被った。だから覚えた。
No, I don't believe you. I feel like the concept of lying could be self-taught.
押し付け合わずにはいられぬ人の世の罪か。はて、どこの魔女に聞いたやら。まあいい。そなたが思っているほど、わらわも無慈悲ではないぞ。
嘘をつけ。これだけの大勢を。しかもまたこんな残酷な方法で殺しておいて、何が無慈悲ではないだ。 約束は守るだと？いい加減なことを言うな。俺はお前を認めない。断じて。それを譲らないことだけがお前への抵抗だと俺は信じてる。
なるほど。永遠の苛波であるのはわらわに対しても同じであるというわけか。かもしれぬな。
What is her endgame?
1000年は長い。魔女の強さは魔力より我慢強さで決まるのかもしれんな。なるほど。ベルン教の恐ろしさもうなずける。
何をわけのわかんねえ話をブツブツ言ってやがる。さっさと永遠の苛波とやらを続けろよ。俺は1000年でも1万年でも付き合う覚悟だぜ。
I don't believe you. You were almost broken just from the servant's room.
よいよい、少しは戦う気力も戻ってきたようだな。そうでなければつまらない。ほら、対戦ゲームでもよくあるだろう。乱入したけど相手があまりに弱くて拍子抜けで、わざと負けて最終ラウンドまで延長させて。
No, could I say that I have done that?
最後に本気でフルボッコにすることとかってある。
例えの意味がわかんねえよ。
Wait, multiplayer? Oh wait, it doesn't have to be on internet, right? Okay.
ワインと同じよ。よく熟成させねば輝かぬ。お前はそれに耐えられるワインだ。わらわがじっくり熟成させてやる。そなたをわらわの優雅な時間を彩る最高の美酒に育て上げてやるぞ。だからこの程度で屈服などするな。わらわを引き続き否定してくれよ。何しろわらわはそなたが認めぬ限り儚き幻想に過ぎぬのだから。
God, I'm so confused. Well, there's like 6 episodes to go, so we'll see. Oh, they broke the window.
何度見ても辛いな。
教授、お察しします。シャノンさん、鍵を頼みます。お亡くなりになられたとはいえ、奥様はレディーです。私には触れることができません。
はい。
Shannon nodded sharply, her expression filled with a sense of duty. Georgie, Koda, and Shannon had broken a suitable window and were inside the chapel. Since they really hadn't wanted to break one, they had searched for another way in just in case. But in the end, that only proved once again that there was nowhere that anyone could slip in through, and emphasized further how inscrutable was the chapel's locked room. Inside the chapel, time had stopped since they left it earlier. Of course, even Georgie could not approach that horrible Halloween party again. It was only natural, because it made him remember again the sadness of losing both of his parents at once, and Koda thinking of the possibility that their bodies may have changed in some horrible way now that a half of a day had passed, didn't want to let Georgie approach. Shannon followed Koda's instructions and approached the party table. Normally, Shannon may have resented having another dirty job forced on her, but now she could truly understand Koda's mental state. Despite Koda's prodigious skill, he had gotten into trouble, lost his job, and been left out in the streets, and the Nasahi had given him a new life. Even though it had just been a casual employment for Nasahi, Koda must have felt that it was a turning point in his fate. Those around Koda could see that he felt a special kind of loyalty to Nasahi, so he probably didn't want to lose that feeling, even though she was dead. Now that half a day had passed, the bodies of Nasahi and the rest had changed completely. Small bugs that had sniffed out the smell of death has started to guard her. It really wasn't something you could look at directly.
失礼いたします。
Because of her long experience as a servant, Shannon had an idea of which pocket Nasuhi had kept the key to her room in. Probably in this pocket. Her guess didn't fail her. Just by touching the outside of the pocket, she was immediately able to feel it.
ありました。奥様の部屋の鍵です。
Ah, how convenient. Shannon held the key up high, showing the others that it had been found. As Georgie and Goda watched her, their eyes opened wide. Uh-oh, what's going on? That wasn't the expression Shannon was expecting, so it startled her. Oh no. Are you here too? Because Shannon hadn't noticed. Georgie and Goda, watching from afar, had been able to notice it first, because when Shannon had held the key up high, a blizzard of gold leaf had billowed up from around the table. There were countless gold butterflies, because it was the first time Georgie had seen them. To him, they might have looked fantastical. But Goda already knew. Why don't they send the golden butterflies into Butter's room? He knew that those gold butterflies, far from being beautiful, held sway over something disastrous, and that goes well, trying to suck Shannon in.
Shannon-san!
Ooh, Goda!
走って
Fight, fight, fight! Shannon also realized that she was about to be swallowed up by gold butterflies. She leaned unsteadily, her expression still shocked. As she did, the gold butterflies danced around Shannon in unison. They grouped together. They tried to swallow her up.
シャノンくそ、なんだこれは。これが君たちの言っていた黄金の蝶なのか。
早く外へこいつらめくそくそ
Yeah, kill him! Georgie and Goda lashed up to Shannon, driving off the group of butterflies, and while the butterflies were scattered, they ran towards the broken window. However, they needed good footing to get out of the window, which was surrounded with shards of broken grass. When they had entered, there had been enough time to prepare for that, but now there were none.
扉から出よう。
There was none.
足場を探してる時間なんかない。
開かない。
What? You can't open the lock from the inside?
貸して。くそ、このオンボロが。
ジョージ様お早くくそなめるなうご
Oh, Goda, you're so cool! Goda took off his... Even though it's a fantasy, right? Goda took off his jacket, swinging it around and scattering the group of butterflies. But he was vastly outnumbered. It was doubtful that it even bought them a short amount of time. Georgie struggled with the virtually broken handle. Its edge showed, and it didn't turn well. Brute force alone won't do it. It needs the right angle or some trick.
ジョージ様くそこの化け物どもが
Just then Goda saw it. He was seen by it. In other words, the eyes met. Eyes? On top of the party table. No, floating above it. Backed by a stained glass window, laughing, the figure of the witch. He saw the figure of the witch laughing in the center of the golden whirlwind, allowing the gold butterflies to attend to her whims. It should have been Goda's first meeting with her, but he knew her at a glance. Just like the other servants had said, this was certainly the witch of the portrait herself.
そろそろ晩餐の時間ではないか。すでにわらわはこの屋敷のホストである。そなたらを素晴らしきディナーで歓待しなくてはならぬというもの。
Ah, food, you say?
おあつらえ向きに3人ではないか。
No.
これは実に好都合。
My eyes!
開いた。
Oh.
高田さん早く。
Well, we can run. Run! Run already, you... Just run.
足を止めてもよいのか？
What is this game? The music is like, are we in like an adventure game?
ここがそなたらの墓場にふさわしいというなら、それもよかろうぞ。
No, it's okay.
かつての主の傍らにて死後も仕えたいというその心意気はたたえようぞ。
No, sayonara. The golden whirlwind enshrouding the witch burst. It was like an evil hand had literally spread its fingers and was trying to attack them. The group of gold butterflies attacked with a whoosh sound.
急ぐんだ。
Hurry.
足を止めちゃいけない。
Georgie's voice brought Shannon and Koda back to themselves. Standing here now would be the same as a frog being stared down by a snake. They had to desist. Oh, the music is so good! They had to fight this incarnation of the new brutal and frightening order. They had an envelope or something. Look, Kenji, man. There was no time to take off their umbrellas. The three of them dashed out into the pouring rain. They never realized because they didn't turn around. But the gold butterflies apparently couldn't handle the rain too well, and this hampered their ability to chase after the tree. The three people ran from their golden pursuers and flew into the mansion. What is this? The greatest chase?
愉快愉快。
Oh, she even chased them out to the front of the mansion.
こうでなくては面白くない。
Into the mansion? They unlocked the door and flew into the room. A bit of the scent of Nasuhi's favorite gentle incense remained in the room. However, there was no time to let it calm them
ど
now.
こにあるんだ。宝物箱の中って言ったっけ？
話に聞いただけです。実際にどこにあるかまでは。
多分お化粧台かベッドの脇にあるんじゃないかと思います。
This is so good, the music! Shannon claimed that because of her woman's sense. But in the corner by the bed, there was only an incense burner, a half-read novel, and a pair of glasses. But the dresser was elegant and had many drawers, and it would be understandable if she had kept some of her valuables there.
夏日おばさん、ごめん。
He began to violently open each one of the drawers. He had to hurry. He couldn't actually hear footsteps, but he had the feeling that the witch was approaching. He had the feeling that her laugh was approaching. He pulled out the drawers one by one and examined their contents. Every small box for makeup looked like a treasure box, and the amount of effort it would take to inspect all of them made him feel a little dizzy.
この箱かもしれません。
How do you know?
紙がかかってて開きません。
At a glance, it looked slightly larger than a music box. When shaken, it lasted as though what small objects were inside. But it was locked and wouldn't open.
普通鍵はすぐ近くに隠しておくものです。あるいは常に身につけている人もいるかも。
Should have checked Nasuhi's body better, right?
わからないわからない。
やむを得ない。壊そう。
Well, be careful of the grass
で
inside.
も乱暴にはできないね。中の鏡を割ってしまうかもしれない。
Yeah, you're smart.
こじ開ける道具はないかな。
This is the lockpicking lawyer.
そう。
Koda looked all over the room, trying to see if there was some tool that they could use. And he noticed the door, which had been left open ever since they had entered. He approached the door to cross it, and noticed the abominable shadows of people approaching from beyond the dankness in the hall. No, the phrase shadows of people wasn't right, because that referred to human shadows. You can't call the shadows of beings that aren't human shadows of people.
ジョージ様、急い。
You're outside? Koda's voice trailed off. It was a shock from seeing a procession of those not of this world. He was a servant, so he knew of the servants that worked for the Ushinomiya family, but he didn't know about these. However, they were definitely servants. They weren't servants working for Ushinomiya Kinso or Ushinomiya Kraus. What the? Oh, of them! They were new servants who worked for the new master of the mansion, the Golden Beach, Beatrice, and who had ghost heads and bright red, boiled eyes of lava. Woo! Well, it's a sword fight then. As the new master laughed loudly and trimly directed 6 of the new servants. What is this? He saw her pierce the darkness as she came. Of course, she was clad in the gold butterflies that were her symbol. Goda hurriedly closed the door and locked it. However, the instant he locked it, it returned to normal, just as though it had been knocked back by a spring or something. The sound. It almost gave the illusion that some prankster on the other side of the door was opening it every time he closed it. This sounds wise. They shouldn't have reached the other side of the door yet. Then who? How? It felt just like playing with a broken toy. Click, boing, click, boing. Well, find some furniture to block the door or something.
しまらない閉めても開いてしまうどうなってんだこりゃクソクソクソクソ
Goda, no.
鍵がわらわを拒むと思うか
Yeah.
その部屋の新しき主をその部屋の扉が拒むと思うのか
It was like the witch could see Goda's frantic effort through the door. Even as he struggled, their footsteps continued to approach. And when not just footsteps, but their breath too could be heard, Goda gave up on the lock and rammed the door with his shoulder, making the lock his own large body. Oh, you're so good.
ジョージ様早く早く早く
So that's why people call him Goda.
ジョージ様これはどうでしょう
レターオープナーかそっちの方がいいね貸して万年筆じゃうまくいかない
Georgie took it and once again dug into the crack under the lid of the treasure box. It looked like it's working.
早く早く
Goda! You can do this! The pressure from across the door grew even stronger. Goda screamed. It wasn't a war cry for this test of strength. He was terrified. Me too. He was simply terrified that except for a single wooden door, he would be touching something not of this world. But he was still lucky. He wasn't touching them directly because they were on the other side of the door. Well, I feel like the god man can destroy the door somehow. So it was natural that if he did touch them directly, Goda's cry would turn from something brave into a shameful and yet very loud scream that would make glass shatter. Woo! Goda couldn't believe what was right before his eyes. Going through the door, an arm, almost as though it was sticking through the surface of water, slipped through as though it was perfectly natural and stroked the back of Goda's hand as he tried desperately to hold the door closed. Oh my god. It traced slowly up his arm to his chest and then his chin. By now Goda's scream was not even vocalized. Goda, no! He could hear a sweet whispering voice from across the door. It wasn't coming from the witch, but judging by the sound of the voice, it was a young woman, a waifu. But there was no difference in the fact that it was a voice from one not of this world. Oh, different waifu.
てね終わったら
If it's over, then we die. Punch her! Ram into her!
ありがとうもう終わってるのね
What happened? No! Awesome, Goda, you're the best in this episode. That obscene arm burst apart, and they heard the sound of something jumping around the room at an incredible speed. They didn't know what it was. Incredibly fast, small, like steel or maybe a beetle. when it buried itself right in the center of Koda's chest and stopped. For the first time, they realized that its true form was something like a snake with a strange design on it. So this is the moment that the murderer used a gun. Koda's large body shook, bent backwards, and fell over. As it did, the door opened softly, even though no one was pushing it, and the new masters of this loom were welcomed in. It looked almost as though the door itself had accepted them. Uh-oh. That's a lot of you, huh? Why are you so muscular? Anyway, the god attendants entered one after another, 6 of them. Then the witch entered, and the gold butterflies entered. The loom was wrapped in a blizzard of gold leaf, which fell and piled up, turning it into a world of gold. Oh.
シャノン、ルーレットはそなたとジョージを選んだ。解放の日に感謝せよ。未練はあるまい？ないよな。惚れた男から婚約指輪をもらって夜も共にしないうちに殺されてしまっても未練なんかないよな。
You really hate people who love each other, huh?
女の幸せを教えてもらいたかったんだろう。
Maybe Beatrice needs some husbander or waifu, right? I mean, I don't judge.
ああ、シャーノン、ダメダメ。垂れてるぜ。お前の口元から未練が。
Why does he say that like a child?
だらだら垂れてんのが見えるぜ。シャーノン。
Well, she's enjoying this. Crack! It was the sound of the lid to the treasure box breaking and opening. When Georgie turned it over, out fell accessories, charms, various small objects that Natsuhi had treasured when she was a girl. Mixed in with those was a pouch that stood out from the rest. He picked it up and shook it immediately. This was it.
見つけた。これだ。
いいって及ばなかったの。死ね。
No.
くそ。
All at once, the gold butterflies attacked Georgie, who was painfully slowly trying to remove the contents of the pouch. My eyes! What is this? Just then, it seemed like for just an instant, a bright red flash lit up the loom. The red flash seemed to wipe out the gold butterflies that were laying around the loom within a circle drawn with Shannon at the center. Therefore, it was a very divine scene, almost as though a single streak of light had cut through the clouds in the ceiling in this world of gold. Georgie, who was curled in a ball trying to protect himself from the group of butterflies, didn't have a clue what had occurred. Oh wow! Okay, you two. But you don't have a sword. You have a barrier. Then he noticed that Shannon was blocking the way to him, shielding him. With a serious face that she had never shown him before, as she glared at the witch and the rest.
忘れていた。そなたもまた金蔵の優れた家具だったな。
Wow, so are they like sleeper agent for the events of witch incursion or something? What's going on?
それもカノンよりだいぶ熟成した。
カノン君をよくも殺したことじゃない。よくも亡骸を消し去り、その名誉まで汚そうとしたな。
おやおや、シャーノン。それ怒ってるのか？カノンに会えなくて寂しいならわらわに頼めよ。いつだって会わせてやるというのに。
Oh, he did? What the? When the witch snapped her fingers, one of the 6 god attendants glittered gold and changed into Canon. It was definitely a sight to make one dab their eyes. It was definitely Canon's face. However, in those eyes, there were none of that sincere glint of Canon's. They were only the crowded eyes of furniture that did nothing but obey the orders of the witch. Georgie couldn't understand the scene right before his eyes. Me too. And he finally understood why Koda and the rest had been unable to talk about what they had seen in the 7th room.
楽しいですか?
Oh, new pose!
ああ、楽しいぞ。死が引き裂いた2人を再会させるのはいつだって楽しい。
Yeah, I like how Beatrice is shown to be outside the barrier.
死で引き裂いて1度、合わせて2度、もう一度引き裂いて3度楽しめるのだからな。
Yeah, but nothing is as good as the absolute first time, right?
さあ、カノン。姉と遊んでやりなさい。もし痛めつけられたら、思いっきり苦悶の表情を浮かべてやるといい。
Oh, that's dirty. From the imposter Canon's arm, a strangely shining trail extended. It planned to tear Shannon apart with that. Shannon, who still hadn't prepared her heart, apart with a single stroke.
許さない。一度ならず、二度までも死者を汚すなんて許せない。
ほざくな。弟に殺されろよ、シャノン。きっといい夢が見られるぜ。
Fight, fight, fight! As the imposter Canon drew several purple trails, he definitely had attacked Shannon, but when he flew at Shannon, it felt like some kind of invisible wall had been set up in front of her. A bright red ripple trail was left on the wall, and it repelled the imposter. No, it didn't repel him, it smashed him. It knocked him back, turning him into golden dust, into pieces, scattering him. Ooh. Why don't you do this from the start? The figure of the foolish furniture, who had mocked Canon's form and even disgraced his honor after his death, broke into countless gold butterflies, and then those butterflies themselves broke into pieces, and those pieces were broken into pieces, and those pieces were further broken into pieces, until they were no longer butterflies, but a spray of gold and disappeared.
シャロン。ジョージさんはそこから動かないでください。中心軸をずらしたくない。
これは驚いた。虫一匹殺せない面をしてこれだけの力を見せたか。なるほど。霊境がそなたに力を貸しているというのか。
Oh, is it?
しかしその霊境の本当の力を引き出すには準備も時間も足りないな。そのどちらもわらわは与えはせぬ。
Are you telling me that the barrier has limit? Oh no! The spirit mirror Georgie gripped was letting out a divine radiance and displaying its strength not to submit to wicked power. But that radiance was no match for the witch's sinister nature.
これだから家具は怖い。予期せずしてタンスの角にぶつける足の小指のような気持ちよ。これだから家具は怖い。家具が。家具
Is she regressing into a child?
私は家具じゃない。そしてあなたを今はとても哀れに思う。
何？ほう。1000年の魔女に100年も至らぬ家具が今何と言ったか。
あなたはとても哀れな人。愛し合う二人に未練がないわけがない。でもあなたの期待するような未練はかけらほどもない。
語るか。家具の分際で。 ジョージと結ばれたくてわらわの靴を舐めた日々を忘れてわらわにそれを語るか。
But she licked you? You lick her shoes? When?
愛に生き霊念を這うが人間。それを嘲笑い見下しているつもりで、あなたはそれにはるかに劣る。私は今こそあなたを哀れに思う。愛し合う二人にとって添い遂げることにどれほどの意味が。意味はある、きっとある。でもそれはあなたの言うこととは全然違う。もっと新鮮にして、あなたごとき邪悪が口にする資格もないほどの新鮮な意味がある。だから私にはすでに何の未練もない。ジョージさんと愛を誓い合った。その証として指輪を受け取った。それで永遠の誓いは完了した。あなたがどんな邪悪な魔法や悪意で私たちを災んだとしても永遠は汚さない。
綺麗事を詩人のように語るな。愛は情欲なんだよ。少女漫画見たく綺麗事ばっかりで語れねえんだよ。
What is going on? What is this conversation?
男ども、お前の匂いに惹かれて群がるウジバエどもなんだよ。そんなこともその年でまだ理解できねえのかよ。お前は失望するぜ。その後ろのメガネ男のどす黒い欲望、一度でも覗いちまったら。
What is going on? When did the conversation drifted into like love?
がっかり愕然唖然呆然、全然ダメだぜ。ショーノ
全然ダメだ。He really had love, huh? Who hurts her?
ああ、もういいや、語るな家具が。この家具。
Did she have a lover, or did Kinso do something really bad to her in the context of love?
何様のつもりだよ、語りやがって。愛なんて結局はど汚ねえ汚物をどう綺麗に見せようかって欺瞞なんだよ。そいつに気づいて人は大人になるんだろう。死ねよクズ。家具スクラップ。お前を汚らわしいウジ虫に変えてやるよ。それでもそのメガネがお前を愛するか試してやるよ。
Keeps getting better.
そいつの愛のど汚ねえ現実ってやつを教えてやるよ。死ねよガラクタが。てめえが愛を語るんじゃねえ。
She literally has love. Oh my god. Okay, so there must be something that happened to her. The invisible column of light with Shannon at the center started to have bright red leapers drawn all over it at once. Wait, and I thought that Beatrice is Shannon's delusion. So you telling me that they are fighting each other about love? So they're like, is this happening because they're like fighting inside themselves? Is that what happened? They died for this? They died because you can't decide whether love is good? Oh, did I read that one? The invisible column of light with Shannon at the center started to have bright red leapers drawn all over it at once. The wall did its best to withstand the invisible malice that was trying to color it from all the directions.
なんだよそれは。抵抗してるつもりかよ。安っぽいんだよ、薄っぺらいんだよ。お前の綺麗事と同じなんだよ、見せかけだけの薄っぺら。見たくないものをベールで覆って隠してるだけなんだよ。まだわかんないのかよ。だから家具なんだよ、家具。
What in the Thai nation?
ほら削られてるぜ。カリカリコリコリガリガリゴリゴリなんて薄くて情けないんだよ。
You acting like a 9-year-old.
お前のその薄っぺらな抵抗に比べたらパルミジャーノレッジアーノの方がまだ削るのに苦労がいるぜ。
I don't know what it is. The golden windstorm that covered the room gradually swept away the walls of the column that protected Shannon and Georgie. The bright red leapers frantically drew a pattern of resistance, but the wall was beginning to envelop the two, becoming instead a red wall of despair.
ジョージさん、ごめんなさい。やはり私には無理でした。
ありがとう。君は僕のために戦ってくれた。それだけで嬉しいよ。
Well, in reality, she's shooting Georgie, right? As the column that had once protected them was assaulted and covered with a trail of blood-curdling red leapers, it contracted and began to suck the two of them up instead. My eyes! No. Shannon grasped Georgie's hand behind her, so Georgie hugged her shoulder just as strongly. Oh no! Beatrice doesn't like that. No. Or 7. Oh, of course, she doesn't want them to say that they left each other. So it was some hour, and now it's 9 p.m. Surrender. Okay, so what happens to Genji? Okay, well, it's a bit late, so we'll have to end it for today. Wow, how long has it been? Oh my god, 50 hours, and we haven't... Well, I assume that we are like near the end of the episode 2, right? So, that's good, I guess. Well, I still like the story so far, so I look forward to like subsequent playthrough. So, but for now it's late. I need to sleep. So with that, we have to end it here for today. So thank you very much for watching, and we'll be seeing you the next time. And please take care of yourselves, and goodbye.